responsible.
This futures live stream event is proudly brought to you by MightyOxTrading. All information contained herein should be considered for educational and entertainment purposes only. Nothing seen or heard should be considered financial advice. Good evening and welcome to MightyOxTrading. Happy Monday. Hope everyone's had a great day, ready for a good evening. Let me get all these alerts off the screen. Looking there at Bitcoin. Rocketing up almost at all-time highs, 68,000 for Bitcoin. See where that goes, see if that continues to go up tonight. Meanwhile, NQ seems to be, I don't know what NQ is doing really. Hold on. For some reason, my chart was all weird. So you see NQ died in the afternoon. By the way, we hit that number that RJ talked about. You can see here, though. Boom, down. Big down. Big down. Where is everybody? Hey, Paul. Nice to see you. How was your day? Hey, Concha. How's your guys' days? So gold came up today, hit 2028. Wow. I didn't really look at charts much after the stream today. I wasn't feeling well for a little bit, and I was just concentrating on some other stuff. So wow, that was a big run today. Ultra bond looks like not much there. Crude oil, big drop today, and copper kind of just there. Finishing in profit is what matters. Well, trading your plan, and no matter how it comes out, is what matters. So we'll see what we can get. Market looks came down a little bit as it opened, came up, came down, turned it all around, did the hokey pokey. That's what it's all about. Contra, how was your day? Hey, Kim. Good to see you. Hope your family thing went well on Wednesday. Glad to see you back. Did you trade today, Kim? Nice little rise there off that blue candle. Should have grabbed that real quick, but I was kind of like talking. Hey, Speed Racer. It's been a while. Well, I guess I shouldn't assume. It's been a while if you were the same Speed Racer that was here before. If you're not, if you're a different Speed Racer, then it hasn't been a while. I'm babbling. I got chopped up this morning, Kim. Welcome back. I think if I remember right, we didn't go out on a good note, and I need to apologize for that. And G-Man's trading the Asia session. It's all, in my opinion, as for me, it's all in the past, and I'm not worried about it. Things happen. Glad you've come back. How's the trading been? You don't need to keep your. I was honestly that day I was agitated. Uh, I was I was feeling a little pressure there from the coach at that time, and he and I ended up having issues that we've also fixed up. So it was not. It was badly handled on my part. So don't feel you need to keep your opinions to yourself. You're fine. A little bit of a pullback there. G-Man, what kind of target are you going for here in the Asia session? Absolutely glad you came back. And there you go. You got your 33. I went long there off that blue candle on the 1, even though it's showing on the 5 because that's a micro chart. Just trying for 4 points. No, 3.5 points. Right there to that 20 EMA. Basically where it topped out before. It came down, up, back down. I need to check, see if we have any news. News. Snooze. Australian current account balance coming up at 7:30 Eastern. Japanese services PMI also and Hong Kong S&P PMI. So we got some PMIs coming up in less than half an hour. Really, what are the commissions in Forex? I've never traded Forex. How's the trading been going since we last talked, Speed Racer? Should have traded the Russell. The Russell's set up nicely there. Stopped out. Good. I mean, I think a lot of people should listen to that. Hey, CBR, how are you doing? Interesting. I guess when you're doing the CFDs, you don't really need commissions. There's no central exchange, blah, blah, blah. Wow, nice, Speed Racer. You trading the Asia session, CBR? Hey, Sid, how was your day? Oh, that came down and knocked me out exactly at my stop. No, it didn't. Where was my stop? 30 half. And it came down to 30 half. Wow. That's the way my day went. Oh, ouch. Sorry to hear that, CBR. Oops. Actually, that is still going. I need to change the Apex. Apex has a new sale now. Somewhere here. And for those of you that missed it this morning, MightyOxTrading now has merch. Cups, shirts, travel mugs, mouse pads, magnets, toddler clothes, hat, trend is your friend mouse pad, tote bag. There's a couple others. Only 16 go on that front page. Pillow. I don't know why I created the pillow. No one's ever going to buy a pillow. Neck gaiter. Have a great night, Paul. We'll see you tomorrow if you can make it. Hey, Corey. How you doing? Glad to hear it. Sorry, didn't mean to cough in your ear. Normally I'm mute in time for that. Is Corey a trader? Awesome. Teach him well, Sid. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I always, I blow up the competition accounts pretty quick, but yeah, I'll give it another try. If anyone wants to know trading competition, Blue Sky's having their monthly trading competition. Grand prize is $1,000. Second place 500. Third place 250, and the top 5 people get a funded account. I will say the person that won in February absolutely blew everybody away. They earned like $62,000, I believe, over the month of February, and of course, in February is even a short month. But the catch is you need to have a Blue Sky account to enter. We're pushing down there. That purple candle I should have grabbed, that I was distracted by a shiny object. I mean, last month that person blew it away, but like the last one before that, it's like the person that was leading about halfway totally blew up, and the winner only ended up about 16,000, and they only traded like the final week of the competition. TradingView is also having a competition this month. They're totally free. You need to remember to trade that, actually. Oops. So a nice quick move down there. That's about 3 points. That was my entry right there. Like I said, got distracted by a shiny object. Either one of these purple candles have been my entry. That bounced off that EMA, or this one right here. Bounce off the EMA obviously would have been better, but Pops back up. Hey, Tio. Little bounce. Very little bounce. G-Man, did you catch that move back down, or are you just looking for longs? G-Man, I asked if you had caught the move back down, just that one last 5-7 minutes ago. 34 down. Oh, you did not catch it. Never mind. Okay. I thought you were asking me to repeat it. You did not catch it. Okay. Sorry. Forget me. I don't remember how to stream. No, I got you. I misread it as you didn't understand what I said instead of actually responding to what I said. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Yes, I see you. I see you typing, G-Man. We are good. I commented on your 90s thing earlier too. For the I'm expecting a dump at some point, but that's I don't know. I don't analyze these things. Trader from New Hampshire. Well, I don't remember who that is either, Speed Racer. I'm trying to think. Oh, Chris Moore? Haven't seen him in months. The guy that stumbled down the hill and broke something or really hurt himself that one time. Yeah, I haven't seen him in months. I don't know. He has a Discord handle. I'll have to look. We're dropping like it's hot again. Our low over here on this big blue candle was 219. We're back down to 221. Yeah, the last time he posted in the Discord was last June. Hope he's okay. That's always been my one issue with the internet, is that people can just so easily disappear. I'll get it out eventually, and you never know what happened to them. Little bounce back up, but not sustained. Yeah, so many names have come and gone with MightyOxTrading. It's like I need to send everybody like a GPS tag once they join, so I know what happens to them. Coming down to break back below. We saw 219 there. We saw 217 there. We're at 223 now. ES is down to 51.31. Dow broke back under 39,000. Crude all the way down to 78.62. Everything's a little depressed today. Market needs a little Prozac. So Speed Racer, did you change your trading times? Because I remember you were mostly in the morning streams last time, weren't you? Or were you on both? And I can't remember. I kind of block out the share vision days. All right, cool. Good to hear it. Whatever happened to share vision? Somehow, last I looked, the website was still up, but I don't think there's anything going on there. I'm still like the third most followed person there, even though I took down all my content and obviously don't do anything there anymore. Yeah, 157 followers, still number 3. They're featuring videos that were posted a year ago. So it's just basically a dead website at this point. I haven't checked see if their social media is still posting anything. Yeah. And I guess they ran out of money or I don't know. I know the CEO left. He went to another project. And then they went through 3 CFOs in a month. And they stopped paying me. They still owe me like $2,000. that I know I'll never see. I mean, that's gone. Nice little pop. But they they never did anything right. I mean, they paid me for the time that they did pay me. They never asked for any tax information or anything. But yeah, they got a bunch. They got over $1 million in seed money for that thing. Well, they were based in the UK, but still, I mean, they still are responsible for whatever. So anyway, you know, honestly, the doing the 10 streams a week at the time was exhausting anyway. So, I kind of like the setup I have now with 2 evening streams a week and the 5 morning streams. Allows me to do other content now for the channel, which I think helps better than trying to do more live streams. Yes, we popped over 2,000 subscribers last week when I posted the Lilu expose. No idea if I even pronounced that word right. I now post a daily video highlighting all the prop firm deals. I want to finalize a template and start doing reviews of all the props this month. I got to do a video tonight after the stream where added a prop into the MightyOxTrading universe, I guess you could say. Uh, Funded Futures Network has been added as an affiliate, or I'm an affiliate of theirs. Seemed like great guys. I actually last week I was on a call with one of the owners. Asked if I was interested in becoming an affiliate. Uh, I will never promote a new company until I see a track record. Which is why I mean part of me wants to join and kind of see how things go, but not with my Ox name because I don't want anyone to realize it's me and maybe try and use me to try and convince them that it's a good company, whatever. So that said, every company was a new company at one point. So, you know, what? You want me to say sexy flexi trade? Hey Brooks, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good, Brooks. Thanks for asking. Brooks, you got anything in this Bitcoin run? Hello, F. Hey, Glasgow. If you ask if I've taken any trades tonight, I take one for a loss. I guess affiliate marketing works for some people. I guess F. I mean, I'm an affiliate of these various prop firms, and it works for me. Hooked on Phonics works for me. I don't think just general affiliate marketing. Like, I don't think if I tried to sell like screwdrivers on the channel, they would go like real well. How you doing, F? Oh, nice. Yeah, that would been good. That would been a good idea for me to do today. Kind of forgot about the leave competition until I mentioned it like 10 minutes ago. Popping on down. I'm gonna have to go for very short targets here because this is only moving like 2 points here and there. Crude's moving down nicely. I forgot about the news that it at the half hour, but it obviously didn't really do anything. Ooh, wick up, wick down, wax on, wax off. Yeah, I saw that. They say anyone that ends up in a positive balance will get a free month of TradingView. So I may just try and take one positive trade and then call it. Got a comedy act going on in the Discord. Oh, okay. I didn't read the fine print. You're probably right. I didn't think it would be that easy. That would make much more sense than giving away way too many free accounts. Well, free months, not accounts. Yeah, never mind, Tio. It's for trading view, but like Brooks just said, have to be up 1% and have they trade at least 9 days in a row. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do anything with it. I did sign up, but honestly, I mean, kind of, if I can take a trade and maybe forget it, maybe and just hold it forever, maybe. But I have enough to trade with my futures prop accounts that finding enough time to trade in other accounts could be tough. Well, Topstep does allow micro Bitcoin futures, I believe, but I'm not sure how well they move. Where's your Topstep sitting at now, Brooks? Eh, moving back up to the deluxe apartment. We are choppy. Choppy, 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 choppy. Choppy. Ooh, that's a little tight, Brooks. Hopefully next week I'll have a Topstep X account. So recently I'm having trouble activating Topstep X on mine. Me missing the pump and dump? Is that your question? I missed it because my gastrointestinal tract was pumping and dumping. Oh, you're asking what the pump here. Good question. Well, let's look up financial juice now that I overshared that because I thought he was asking why I missed it. I'm really doing well tonight. I just need to shut up. I know we had a Fed speaker. Yeah, I think this might have been it. Fed Bostic at noon Eastern time today. I still expect 2/4 percentage points cuts this year. I would not anticipate that cuts when they start will be back to back, but it will depend on the response. A soft landing is hardly assured given the level of uncertainty. That happened around noon, and he talked for quite a while. Those were the red headlines. So let's see, where did the start dropping? Let's look. No, the drop didn't come until 2 or 3 o'clock Eastern. Let me see if there's anything there. Well, apparently the market liked what the Fed speaker had to say, and then for some reason just sold off. I don't see any headlines. And speaking of dumping, now and Q dropping like it's hot. Wow, big move down there real quick, down 10 points on this 5 minute candle, which is big for this time of day. How many people I scared off with that overshare? Little bounce there. So we got down to 213, back up to 217. That's a nice little 3-point bounce. You look at these candles and you don't realize the context until you look how big the candles are. This looks like a great bounce and it's 3 points. Boy, 3 points. You went long 30 on ES earlier too, didn't you? 30 to 33. I remember that. And look at that boom up. So back up to 30, almost 33, 32.75. And Q popped from, I can't see it, 213 up to 227. Wow, that's a big pop real quick. Nice, Brooks. Yeah. See, I should have went with that blue candle because we saw this big volume burst come in on this candle that ended up being all wick, no body. That would have been a great entry there. Nice work, G-Man. Actually, I normally have ES on a 5-minute. I moved it to a 1. There's 5. Pulls back. Green trade, Brooks. Ow. Excellent. Glad to hear that. Ooh, sorry, yawn just escaped my lips. Asia used to be more exciting than it is now. Now we have daylight savings time coming up this weekend, and I think that throws off when the Asia markets open. I gotta look that up though, because I can't even remember which Asia markets open when anymore. I need like a world clock. Uh-oh. We know who's cleaning up after the hogs tomorrow. So far. uh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Bouncing, and we're gonna try to push back up. Blue candle yelling, Bronx, take me, Bronx. Not sure why it sounds like a parrot. Right back down. Yep, I fell for it. I should not have fallen for that blue candle. Not at all. I am just not. Last week I was seeing the market really well, and today, this week's, well, today I have not been. at all. Not at all. Sitting on your hands is a good thing, Tio. Well, you know my advice though. Make sure you don't lose circulation and don't fart. Hey, we're sideways. It's actually very warm here today in central Illinois. It got to 75, then went dropping down back down thankfully tomorrow. So I'm not turning my air conditioning on yet. Yep, I'm watching for another drop down, G-man. Sideways. Sideways. Hey, Jake. I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? Popping back up again. Trying to trick me. Trying to trick me. Oh, yes, touch 30 again, I see. Back up to 31. Low volume. Yeah, 30.25. There's NQ back up to 20. I'm sorry, 228. Quick spike back down. Oh, yeah, yeah. Awesome, Jake. Speaking of crypto, where's Bitcoin at? Bitcoin 68,295. And there's 220 again. ES down to 51.31 again. We're on the road again. Hey, how you doing? Hey, when does the registration start for the competition? Yep, I'll be happy to help whenever you want, Sid. All right. Blue Sky has a trading competition. They do it most months, but you have to have a Blue Sky evaluation or funded account in order to participate. But the winner gets $1,000. The second prize is $500. The third prize is $250, and the top five all get funded uh, accounts. My God, I sounded like an infomercial. Should have followed that up with "Here's how to order." Yeah, crypto's kind of like that, Jake. It's it either ends up being really good or really bad. I was hoping that was the actual prizes for the competition this month because I didn't actually look to see if anything changed. And we're back up now. Trying to get above this kind of a wall around right below 18,230. It's kind of hit its head there a few times. Still banging its head there. Here is the actual thing on it. Yeah, I lose money. No. I need to honestly, I not found time to back test Asia sessions to see what works and what doesn't in Asia. So I'm kind of throwing stuff at the wall most of the time when I'm trading Asia. I really need to find some back testing time for the Asia. Hey, Darren, Captain Price. Honestly, right now I'm just kind of staying out. G-Man's trying to kind of point out spots that it's the edges that it's ranging. Yeah, I've sleep during London. Uh, I can't. It's just I gotta find some time to sleep. Apparently, you need that stuff. Speed Racer. See you in the morning. Glad to see you back. See you, CBR. Yeah, we had a bunch of blue sky traders in here tonight. CBR, me, Tio. Everybody should be a blue sky trader. Oh, hey, Josh. I assume it's Josh. I shouldn't. I guess I shouldn't assume, but is it Josh that's behind the blue sky name tonight? CFT said he's going to sign up for the blue sky competition. He's going to buy an eval just so he can. Well, Tio, we were here talking about you, so don't rewind. Oh, I just said that you're gonna. I said we have a bunch of blue sky traders here. I said CBR is a blue sky trader. TO is. I am pushing back down to that 20 area. 220. Hey, John, how you doing? Everyone on Team Blue Sky should get a Mighty Ox Trading shirt. Oh. But in case y'all missed it, we got merch now. Well, ain't no one want to see me in tights. Uh, they have men's underwear. I did not put those for sale, but it can be done. Gold's pushing down. Where? Teal wants a banana hammock really bad. Actually, I think they have coffee through this place. Yeah, I could do a custom coffee blend, but it's a minimum of 50 bags, so I don't think I'm going to do that. We do not have banana hammocks, but you can either look just below the video or I can give you the direct link here somewhere. Somewhere here. Right now we have 18 items up. I can add more. It's more time consuming than I anticipated. We headed down nicely here down to 217. So we broke 220, but I see ES is still playing with 5130. Well, I'm not married. uh, G-Man, you playing a bounce here, or are you waiting and seeing? He told me about the Bitcoin win on the TradingView contest. Yeah. Have you ever traded NQ, G-Man? uh, Jake might want to find that out. Pushing down, broke broke through. ES is still hanging on 30 though. Have you traded lean hogs, G-Man? Lean hogs fell today harsh. Big harsh fall on the hogs. Wow, NQ's just all of a sudden dying. Down to 210. But ES hasn't broken that 30. Yes, Kim, I do. Pushing harshly down. Harshly down. Gold really fell there too. Did we get any type of news that just decided to make the market go all sad? No. But coming up in about 20 minutes, we have, I'm probably not going to even pronounce this right, Chinese Calzin Services PMI. I have no idea what that is. I'm just going to have fun with the store. I mean, some people requested it, which is the only reason I did it, because I never really thought anyone would want MightyOxTrading merch. But some people asked for it, so I did it. So we're going to have some fun with it probably. If I ever, find some of the AI creations I make that I like, I can throw something up there as well. Now, Jake, on the form, when you check out, it asks you if you want to make a donation to the creator. That's what she's talking about, not the actual profit from the shirt, but you can add a donation onto the order. Which I didn't realize until I saw it happen. The thing about the stickers is they're kind of expensive when you consider shipping. I believe it's the stickers. Stickers look cool. I've always been a sticker fan. I used to have a huge sticker collection when I was a kid, but the shipping on them makes them astronomical. Super chats, Google takes 30%, or YouTube takes 30% from the super chats. I'm long right now, G-Man, and it just turned against me as you said that. I'm long at 214 half, but it's coming down. Wait to see if it comes back for me. Well, if I would have been quicker, I could have got 3 points, but I'm probably going to jump out. Oh, and I have my stop way too high. I think. What was my stop? 13. That makes more sense. I'm out. All right, Josh, if you're still here, I sent you a DM earlier on Discord. If whenever you have a chance to check that. Nothing important. Yep. ES finally is trying to break that 30. Coming down. You were right, Captain Price. pull down. 205. Nice. How big of a target are you going for, G-Man? That's like 2 points. And look at that drop down to 200 or 201. Right. Yeah, I knew what your stop was, 29.75. So ES hasn't moved that far down to 51.28. That's why I like NQ a little bit better. You know, NQ had that nice move. ES seems like it didn't move much. Sitting on, got down to 201. Ooh, look at gold falling too. Gold's falling, Russell's falling, ES is falling, NQ's falling, Dow's falling. Ultra Bond couldn't care less. Don't really have super catalysts in the Asia session though. But yeah, touch 201. ES still at 51.28. My cat says hello. So big move down here in gold. Gold was even the bigger mover there. Half hour ago we were at 21.25. Now we're down to 21.18. Another purple where we're just kind of sitting there as captain price they were oversold a bit. But I don't really follow that because I've seen it, like G-Man once told me, and I agree, something could sit on the so-called oversold for hours. So couldn't get down below 200. Got down to 201 even. ES only got down to 51.28 quarter. It's kind of sitting at 51.29.25. Hey, Captain Axelrod, I don't teach anybody. I just live stream and put out some other videos, but no, I don't have any courses or teaching or anything. Yeah, I don't have Bookmap. Yeah, I just trade on live stream, not the as a community to be there for each other, supporting each other, entertainment value. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to win trades, but I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to teach anyone a strategy. I don't mind teaching or trying to explain uh sound principles of not FOMOing and things like that. But I'm never gonna teach a strategy. Hey guys, so Josh and Raj from Blue Sky is offering to do a live coaching session right here in the YouTube chat. Would anyone like some live coaching? Totally free. Don't everyone talk at once. Did everybody fall asleep? Well, Sid, you don't need coaching. Darren says yes. Hello, 1 second. Hello, hold on. Give me 1 second. I have to turn off music. There we go. Okay. Looking for what I need to look for. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Okay. So I believe we're all here.
Yeah.
Yeah, how's it going?
Okay, good. People in chat, can you hear both Josh and Raj? I think I set it up right. Gentlemen, talk for a minute to make sure I set it up right.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
They seem to be slow in their replies tonight. Okay,
Just
I just got a yes. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I know you can only hear them if they speak, G-Man.
I hope so.
I see. You've got the prodigy in here.
Okay.
So, does someone want to hop on then with us?
Anyone want to hop on Discord? Tio, do you want? I know you just talked to Tio. I know Tio's the one that said yes. Tio, do you want to hop in the chat? Or Darren, is anyone else on the Discord? I forgot to ask if anyone's on Discord. Handling 2 platforms at once. Or I'm going to do this. Up, looks like Darren's coming in. Yeah, Discord. We're talking in Discord while we're looking at the charts. So we got two platforms at once. It's a little bit high tech. Let's see. Darren's supposed to be coming in, and then Tio. I know Tio's already in. Tio, do you? I don't know how to add people to a call anyway.
You click the little plus button at the top. It says add friends to DM. Right above your
Oh, okay.
avatar.
I see. Tio, do you want in on this chat? I can invite you in.
I'll be right back. 1 moment.
All right. I can find you. Why can't I find you? Huh. Oh, we're not friends, Tio. I need to add you as a friend. Ah. Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Tio, I just sent you a friend request. Darren, are you on the Discord? Say hello in general so I can friend you and then add you. Yeah, I just sent you a friend request, Tio. Okay, Darren, I'm gonna send you a friend request. If I can. Yeah, there we go. Discord keeps asking if I'm human. I think I'm human.
I think you're an ox.
Oh yeah, true. So yeah, I guess maybe I'm tricking it. Let's see. Darren, did you get my friend request? Tio, did you approve my friend request? Ah, I see Tio. Okay, so add Tio. Uh,
Looks like it's working. He just has to accept. Yo.
Darren,
There
how
he
about,
is.
okay.
There he is.
Hold on, okay, I can get Darren now.
This is all part of the act, everybody.
Discord didn't want me to add friends that quickly, that fast.
Are we doing it one by one, or are we just doing a duo session?
We're both going to talk simultaneously.
Okay.
There we go, added Darren.
Yeah, we'll both just talk.
Okay, you guys
All
have
right.
you have the floor.
Who wants to go first? Tio, we talked just recently. Maybe we can catch up on how it's going.
Darren, you're muted. If you want to talk at all, to make sure you unmute yourself. Tio?
Tio, would you rate your... There you go.
There we go.
There we go. How's it going, Tio?
Good, how you doing?
Pretty good. So how's it been going?
Not too bad. I'm kind of changing it up a little bit. What you showed me, I'm slowing it down. So I haven't been too bad. It felt a little bit more relaxed. It's not as intense as scalping.
Do you think it's just sort of setting in? Do you feel like you're applying the things I talked about? Or do you think you're just thinking more about it?
I'm starting to apply it, and it's kind of it's changing the way I'm looking at how I have been doing in the past. I'm kind of using that and kind of seeing how my past actions have been and how that's kind of feeding into the stress and the tension and everything else I'm having with trading. So I gave me that under to kind of just look at it and kind of relax a little bit more and approach it differently.
Good. You know what? It'd probably make it more interesting for everybody if you could just give everyone a quick summary of your trading style and maybe your biggest problem as you see it.
My trading style is a little bit more towards the scalping end. But I'm kind of coming to find that it's kind of the biggest source of my stress because I think I'm just going in way too heavy, and it is making me just force my way into actually trading and forcing my way, forcing in trades that aren't there and making setups, trying to make setups happen.
Mm-hmm. And if I remember, you're trading off Bookmap or something like it, the Jigsaw version of it.
Yeah.
So you're looking at the order flow cloud stuff.
The auction vista.
The auction vista, that's it, right? Which you were seeing a decent pattern, but you were never taking it in context, right? That's what we sort of came to the conclusion. Like, let's slow down. Let's see what the overall market's doing. It has been doing, and then we narrowed down some of the areas where you can still apply your strategy, but you'll improve the chances of it succeeding by waiting for the appropriate areas.
Yeah.
Cool. So you've been reflecting on that and starting to apply it, and it's making you feel a little bit more comfortable because you're not taking as many trades.
Yeah,
Does
and
that summarize
do
what
know,
you've said? Okay.
yeah, pretty much. And I'm noticing like some of my habits are creeping in a little bit, but I am more aware of why I'm doing that and why I'm, mashing the market button and stuff like that.
Right.
So that's actually kind of giving me that insight. That makes
Good.
sense.
Yeah. So have you adjusted your routine then prior to trading? Have you you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah. This was my first time, of course, doing that since we talked, but I did take a step back and just look at the different markets and just understand more about, um, the zones and things like that, and trying to sit on my hands more and waiting for those zones to kind of happen, and
Mm-hmm.
not getting so involved with just the minute little shifts here and there.
Good. There's of course, since every market has a different amount of volatility, um, starting to realize where noise, what's the most efficient time period or volume amount or whatever how you like to look at the market is appropriate for that volatility. You want to be outside of the range of the noise, and there's certain tools that can obviously aid. And if you're someone that just wants to come up with a very specific number, ATR is the way to go on that. You could do 2 times ATR on the 5 minute, for instance, if you trade those candles. But making all your trade decisions outside the what is the ATR's um, uh, value area. So where that 70% of ATR is being is you can expect, because everything is just probabilities and expectations. So you have to include volatility in that, and just by you start recognize that quite a bit. If you you're planning on 4-hour candles, you start to realize, like, why did I get out of the trade? Like, you have to zoom in really far and be like, I got in here and I got out here. And then when you zoom out, you're like, oh, wait a minute, this was like a huge setup for a multi-day run. So yeah, I'm glad it sounds like it's working for you. We just talked, so I wouldn't expect too much progress yet, but I'm glad it's still clicking for you and you're applying it. So that's great. Raj, you have anything?
Yeah, the thing with scalping is it's very performance driven versus something like position trading and waiting for your levels. So being in the state matters more when you're a scalper than if you're just like me, you're waiting for your alert to go off and you're taking the trade. So I would look outside of your trading session too and address things like morning routine, um, your fitness, your diet, stuff like that. Because scalping is almost like a very high performance activity. Needs a lot of focus.
And for me, that's
That
what I'm trying to focus on more too, is just trying to do things outside of trading that would help to better myself.
I was gonna say I never really thought about the whole how it's high performance and need not just the trading but the actual mental fitness and physical fitness there as well, being on your highest performance. I never thought of it that way. Thanks, Raj.
Yeah, you're welcome. So how long have you been trading?
Yeah, I've been doing it for about 4 years now. Well, futures,
Mm-hmm.
and I did a little bit of forex in the past, but
Right. And you
Cool.
trade
Um,
NQ primarily, I guess?
primarily been doing ES, but I look at NQ now a little bit, and
Hmm.
but mostly it's been ES.
Okay.
yeah, I definitely suggest, if anybody's listening and you're getting into this and you're sort of new and you jumped right into the NQ, you're probably not making a good decision. start with the Russell, then ES, then NQ, or else you're gonna have to make very quick decisions under stress, and you're not gonna be ready for it. You're not gonna be doing trading. You're gonna be doing more emotional driven ins and outs.
Yeah, one of the professional traders that's in my morning stream, he always actually suggests everyone, if they want to do, the indices, to start the YM. He says he feels it's the one that like most follows technical analysis the best,
Yeah.
and then kind of move up into either ES or NQ.
Yeah, it does. So all the things you're learning that are boring, that take a lot of time to play out, are gonna happen on there, and you'll have again time to react to it. It's still gonna be quicker, than doing something that's like a daily trade swing. But you'll find some balance there, and I wouldn't underestimate that. Don't. There's a lot of people that will win one time a week on the NQ because they're taking random trades and they're really excited and they think, oh, this is my market. I'm just going to skip right to this one because it makes so much money so quick. And they're doing it so early. It's you're just not going to have time to apply any technicals at any rate of speed under a it just doesn't happen. We just watch it fail over and over and over again. So please, yeah, if you're new or you just skip right to the NQ and you've been struggling a long time, consider it. It's a good place to go.
And I know one of the things that Josh and I talked about was the fact that, we kind of, like, for me, I would tend to hit these winning streaks, and it may not necessarily because of my strategy, but it may be more because of I'm just winning, some gambles here and there, and it kind of builds you up to think that, yeah, I've got this down, and yeah, I'm now the superstar trader. I'm going to be a millionaire in a few days, but it's just kind of building off of those bad habits to where you may not have a strategy, but you think you do, and the markets kind of quickly teach you that your strategy isn't where it should be, or you have none at all.
Right. Who just jumped off? I just want to make sure.
I think we lost Darren.
Okay. We bored him. He fell asleep. Yeah, the example I always like to use for statistics is the coin flip, because if you flip a coin 100 times, and I did this when I was in grade school, but if you flip it 100 times and you mark each time how many heads you got, how many tails you got, you're going to get almost 50 on the dot, because a distribution or sample size of 100 with 50%, because the coin is so close to a 50% chance, because the weight's so finely tuned and everything like that. You'll be split. You'll be maybe 49-51. But if you flip a coin 100 times and you look at the data, you're going to see you'll see loss streaks up to 7, or sorry, tail streaks up to 7, or heads streaks up to 7. That's completely natural for 100 flips. And I think a lot of traders are essentially playing that out by being super aggressive or doing wrong stuff that gets them green. But if someone's got 100 resets behind them and they remember those 7 times, they don't forget those 7 times that they had that big streak and they made it to funded and they got a payout, or the 3 times in a row that it takes to pass an eval. And they start building a false sense of they're doing the right thing, when realistically they're just watching the distribution of 100 play out in the various ways. It's really hard to have that self-awareness to know, do I statistically have an edge, or I just feel good sometimes about quote unquote seeing the market? It's hard. It's really hard. That's why it's good to have people around you that can be objective with you. So whether it's a coach, mentor, or just a friend that's doing it with you, just be brutally honest at all times, on yourself and on the people around you, because it's sort of like everyone knows it to each other, or you'll just tread water and tell each other you're the best traders.
Yeah, and I'm kind of coming to find that that's been helping me too, because of course we got the channel here, and I've also talked to Chase and you guys and just different people, and it really helps to be able to talk about stuff like that and really get a better idea of, am I actually trading good, or am I just trading like, bad, and I'm just building off of bad habits and thinking that
Right.
I'm trading good. So yeah, that community part
Tracking.
is something that's important.
Yeah, tracking's the way. Obviously, that's the only thing that can be purely objective, is if you're writing down in the moment while you're about to take a trade what you're seeing, what you're thinking, how you're looking at the screen, in whatever way makes sense to you. Again, this isn't for necessarily to even go back and read it. It's just to pull you out of that dream sequence while you're trading. Um, you'll remember. You'll remember if you wrote down that I think the market's long and it looks like there's a bunch of passive buying down here, and I think they're starting to overpower the sellers, whatever it is, based on some RSI, blah blah. But if you write it all down and take the trade, then later on in the day, you're not going to go back and go, "Oh, I knew it was going to be short." You know, no, I was there. I made the decision that it was going to be long because of this, and this, and that process. I just throw a few like garbage words almost into a notepad file, and then I remove it. I keep meaning to make it more formal, and I even signed up for some of these journaling systems, but really, it's just about getting it out of your head. That's the very least you get out of it. And then, of course, importing your trades and looking at your numbers. I don't know how many people pay attention to like MAE or MAF, but those are great because it's pretty much shows how long you're willing to hold a loser and how much of a winners are you missing. So, sorry, MAE and MFE, my bad. But yeah, looking at that stuff, that's how you're going to be the most objective about yourself, because you got to be the hardest on yourself, because there's so much going on in your head with the little decisions you're making that no matter how many people you trade around, they're not going to
Do you
see
want to
every
explain what those
piece of
metrics
that.
are?
Yeah, I'll let you do it actually. Go ahead.
Okay, so MAE is max adverse excursion. It's how many ticks the trade went against you, and MFE is max favorable excursion. So tracking that lets you see inside that specific trade how much of a drawdown or profit you were in, and then you can compare that to the outcome of that trade. Like if for example you were up 100 ticks on a trade and it's a loser, it probably shouldn't be a loser. So you can go in and really deep dive. Jigsaw has that built in. A few platforms show you that, but yeah, it's a good thing to track.
Crypticon, there's no consistency when you're in blue live. That goes away.
Yeah, I think he was asking for that overage to be taken off of his eval and put into Blue Live. Ah.
We are going to be having a promotion this month. I'll just announce it here since actually it's going to start for the whole month already. On any of the evaluations, if you end your evaluation this month or you start it this month, either way. So if you already have one, you're good. But if you start it this month as well, if you can do 25% consistency during the eval instead of 30, and this goes for any of them, so the statics, then when you get to the brokerage, we'll refund you. So we're hoping to encourage. It's optional, right? So you don't have to like pre-commit to this or anything like that. But if you are able to slow down, spend a little more time with us showing in the eval, it's not just again random distribution of winners because you're just coming back or going to all the props really fast. If you can do that with 25% consistency, we'll refund that month of your first month of the eval at the brokerage. So it kind of gives you a nice little bonus to work towards, and it essentially make the whole process free.
There we go, an exclusive here on MightyOxTrading, Blue Sky's newest promotion. I really like that promotion. It's unique. We need some more uniqueness in the industry instead of just blank
Yeah.
blank percent off and blah blah blah. It's like I feel like I'm saying the same thing all over all the time.
Well, it's like I feel like I feel like our company putting people in the real brokerage account, um, we're going to keep trying to find ways to improve, have traders be able to prove that they're better than the rest along the way to make the process basically scholarship based, Like it makes sense for us to try to get that as a
Yeah,
business, is to try to solve that puzzle. How do we find the great traders and then make them even better? Like it just naturally flows that way. And I think that how the companies are going to be headed, they're going to keep wanting to make money their way, which means not wanting them to last long at the brokerage, to our incentive to see you last as long as possible.
yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Crypticon. Glad some
Yes,
of you are awake.
yes, it is absolutely awesome that these guys decided to do it. I was kind of surprised they sprung this on me, and I'm like, oh, let me see what I can line up here. But this is awesome, and this is the type of company Blue Sky is. It's just why I do talk so big about them, is because it's not just about getting an eval, passing an eval. They are probably the most trader friendly people company in that way now, because they just they want to see the people succeed that come in and do an eval. They're not just about if people start churning accounts, who cares, whatever. They want to see everybody succeed.
Yeah, that's my goal, and it has been the whole time. And the company's goal is to measure our success by what improvement we can make to the group of traders that come to us as a whole. Hopefully, we're hoping at some point it's just very clear, you know, everything in the eval is just enough to cover our risks, and then everything else is over bolstered by the amount we can get out of the market. And then the
Absolutely.
more we can do that, the easier the rules we can get, the more things we can give back to the traders. It's exciting.
Kind of snowballs in a good way.
Yeah, that's how I envision it. It's hard, the market's hard. Traders are you know, we talk to a lot of traders and we try to help a lot of traders, and a lot of them listen to us very briefly, and then we don't hear from them. And in the few that do listen to us, you can see progress, and it's exciting.
I think that's how it is with a lot of things. 90% of people will just move on, and 10% will do what's needed. Or I mean, those percentages might even be high and low. Maybe 5%, but whatever. It's kind of, you just got to muddle through the big numbers to find the ones that want to work. Want to get to where they need to be.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because there's a whole meta coming by with basically, a lot of these prop firms are turning into sub markets. They're derivative markets, um, where you're trading another product. It's almost like you're trading evals or something.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're going to start having prices, and you can like pre-buy an Apex eval and trade it for a Topstep eval. There's like a market price for the evals as they get discounted and stuff. Ugh. Yeah.
You guys hear me?
Oh, I do now.
Yeah, now we do.
Oh, there we go. I was talking to myself earlier. No, but that's the thing I appreciate about you guys, is because kind of went off on Discord about this, but I feel like a lot of these companies are just kind of you know going to lure you in with all these promises of, you just have multiple accounts and you can do this, and you can be rich overnight and all that stuff. And but once you pass, it's kind of like, well, here's the keys, don't screw it up, and if you do, oh well. So I
Yeah.
that's what I'm
It's
kind of
not even
looking
oh
for in this.
well. I mean, you think of it in terms of like these people, the more you keep trading, the more they're paying out of pocket. That's literally they can, they can act and they could have whatever values or morals about it, but there's no, you making $100,000 is not a good thing for them. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. The business model just literally makes it painfully apparent that if you make $100,000 real quick, it's not a good thing for them. So that's what's a little scary about it all. And I know there's been some other prop firms dealing with recent crap. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into that.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah, neither of us know. Yeah. It's just, it's a weird system. It just I don't know how long it'll last, or I guess it might just last. I just can't imagine all these people not actually going into the real market to trade this stuff. That it stays that way. So I just worry when they're pushing all this 20 account stuff and all the stuff that's just not sustainable into a real market. If it'll screw up a lot of traders even worse.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like it feeds more of that addiction mindset or that gambling mindset,
Yeah, right, of course. And the market itself is already a giant casino. It's one that you can go count cards in. You can come up with an edge and make money off it. But most of the people going in there aren't counting cards because you get kicked out or just people aren't capable. No, I'm not saying anything about that. CryptoCon, I know zero about that. No comment. I'm just saying that it's a very specific business model that doesn't really work with the trader, which is kind of a bummer. Like what negativity is going to come out of it because it's not on the side of the customer in a lot of ways. Again, they could totally be personally happy with them, but the business model is what it is. So Raj, did you want to talk about that rash you had?
What?
It's so dead in here, guys. We gotta get more people watching.
Well,
Let's
it's Asia
let's
session.
spice up the chat here.
Yeah.
Don't put me on the morning TV.
I
Next.
take my headset off for 1 second. I put it back on, and that's what you're saying.
Oh man.
Oh god.
They're just
So what do
talking
you like to
amongst
do
themselves.
outside trading, Mighty?
Wait, there's life outside of trading?
Yeah, what do you like to? Yeah.
Where do you like to go with people where you can think about trading while they're doing whatever they're doing?
Right.
I don't really. I mean, I'm in front of my computer just about anytime I'm awake. Right now, if I'm not doing trading stuff, I'm working on stuff at the channel.
You love it though, right?
Yeah, I do. I still have mobility issues and all that, so right now it's where I'm at is in front of the computer, and until I can continue to improve on that.
You play any games and stuff on the computer?
I used to, but now I
Uh-huh.
waste a little time on the phone games. But I used to really be into RuneScape. If you ever heard
Oh
of that,
yeah.
yeah.
Cool. I used to play.
Yeah, if
Back in the day.
I need to get another monitor hooked up before I can get back to that because my monitor space
Is that the
always used
one
up.
that I feel like my friend showed me that way long ago, and
Oh yeah,
he
it's been around.
he robbed someone or something.
Yeah, thieving
That
is
That
sounds
one
game
of
right.
had
the
its own
skills.
economy and like its own exchange
Right.
and everything.
Yeah,
Let's go trade those markets.
Yeah.
Just chart it all out.
you actually could. You can actually buy something at a certain price, and then the price actually goes up based on the real world demand for it, and then sell it at a higher price in like a week.
I used to chop all the trees around the Grand Exchange and then just go sell it to the exchange
Oh
after I
yeah,
got home from school. That was
yeah,
like my job, dude.
the maple and the yew trees. Yeah.
Yeah. That was fun. Does anyone else want to hop in?
Anyone, guys, anyone else
Come
want to
on,
hop in
guys.
here?
Free coaching here
Yeah.
Well,
from the
until you get
most
the
trader
invoice for the
friendly,
mail.
I
from
will.
the company with the most trader friendly eval in the business.
I will say that next time, if you can, like, maybe tell me ahead of time, we might be able to plan a little bit
Right.
better.
Yeah. You know, it's cool. I mean, I've been wanting to do this. So I think it's a good test trial, you know,
Yeah.
to see how it all works, how to Discord each other, how you get your sound working.
And I'd like to do more of that too, because
Yeah, we can definitely start, we set a time, we can definitely, get
The
a couple.
best way to do this probably is on you have a community Discord, right, Mighty?
Yeah.
The best way to do it is have everyone in the open lobby, and then you just drag and drop them into the private chat.
All right. That works.
That would be like when we do it more officially.
Cool. Yeah, my technical knowledge isn't the greatest. I have people set up the Discord for me, so I kind of learn as I go.
Yeah, let me actually hop in your Discord. I don't think I'm in yet. There we go. I'm in now.
G-Man keeps saying he wants to come in, but he's a professional trader. He doesn't need any coaching.
Yeah, it'd be cool to talk to him though. Bring him in.
G-Man, you want to come in? Hold on.
G-Man.
Let me find the chat. And let me see. Do I need to friend him? Yes, I do. Okay, give me a second. I need to friend him. Oh wait, maybe I am friends. I forgot he changed his name. Someone was in my Discord asking if anyone had a list of every different futures prop firm. And I'm like, there's probably like 30 or more if you count all the small ones. And they posted that in like 5 different places. Okay, G-Man, I just keeps giving me a capture because I'm sending friend requests. G-Man, I should have sent you a friend request. You're gonna need to accept it before I can bring you in.
I'm feeling the energy when you say his name.
Nightman.
Let's see.
Oh,
Let's see if he accepted me or not. Not yet. G-Man, are you there? You have to accept my friend request on Discord. I think he. No, G-Man. I have to invite you to a different call. I'm not. You're not joining. I'm not. We're not doing a personal call. Hold on one second.
what's going on?
He tried to
You sound like you
start.
don't trust him.
No. He's tried to start a different call, and I'm like,
Okay. Well, that's why.
he's not the most technical either.
Okay.
He's a fundamental trader.
Aha, there he is. There we go.
There's gonna be one massive group chat.
Let's all talk at once.
Okay, G-Man, you need to answer the call. Nope, let's try again. is his name? BT, that's it. Yep. Now he's not showing up on my list. G-Man, are you still in the YouTube chat? I don't know, maybe if they don't they missed the call, does it allow me to try to reconnect? Okay, did you not see where I was calling?
Is he a part of your Discord?
Yes.
We can just hop in the Discord then, right? In your voice chat to make it easier for everyone.
Okay. I guess that's what we're doing. Never use my voice chat. All right, G-Man. No, I don't want to create channel. How do I get it? I don't even know how to. There we go. G-Man, go down to voice channels in general. That was annoying.
Hello, Governor.
Hello.
Kim, I like your look.
Okay. Tio, if you want to join back in on the voice chat, we're on the voice chat of my Discord now. Anyone wants to join.
Who we got?
Kim, but she doesn't have her headset on. I'm not sure if she accidentally joined or. All right, Tio, no hurry. Wasn't sure what. That's right. I figured out you were out doing the puppies. How do I get people? Let's see. No. She can't link the voice channel. There he is. There's G-Man.
Oh, there's Zifada. Let's see if his mic works.
G-Man, you got your mic on? That's not like old CB talk. Oh, CFT's in the chat.
How's it going? He's come to get coached. You want me to teach you about the bonds?
He's muted.
Probably one of those. He's laying in bed and he saw this was active and he hops in and realizes it's boring and then hops out.
All right, hold on. Kim, if you can hear me in the YouTube, you need to come down here and hit this right
No,
here.
she said her mic's not working, but
Yeah, but I don't think she's hearing. There she is. Okay. She couldn't hear us either. So there you go. Can you hear us now? G-Man or BTFDDA. Don't ask what that stands for. Can you talk, G-Man? Says your mic's on. I don't see the little muted mic thingy. Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
see, we're getting this all sorted out ahead of time.
Kim, you need to buy a mic. Oh, we lost G-Man.
You think we could get one person in here?
He's back.
All right. And he's muted. And he's not. I saw you talk for a second. Try it.
G-Man?
Hello.
Oh, there we
There
go.
we are.
Wow, that was fun. Felt I was stuck in a trade.
Oh boy.
No way out.
You
What's happening, fellas? Thanks for
how's
doing
it
this.
going? Yeah, sure. How you said you're a good trader, you don't need help.
Well, I never said that. Ox said that. I always like
Right.
fun.
You said you have a shirt with the same phrase.
Yeah. I mean, I've been trading since what, 03, 04, doing all different kinds of things from stocks to options to now futures.
Okay.
And with lots of different groups. I mean, when I started, there were no prop firms like you guys are doing it. You just would join someone online and pay them a ton of money and then just learn or usually lose all your money. But
Right.
yeah, so I don't have a prop account because I'm trading with a few different brokerage accounts and then trading for friends and family
Okay.
and then just make it work. But
Cool. So that you've been doing it full time then?
yeah,
When did
I
you
get
start?
the go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering when you made a switch to full time. What was that like?
Well, it was on and off. I was in the financial business, so obviously I thought I could make a quick switch. And my first trade, I was actually trading the Qs, before futures. And I think I was trading with an RSI strategy. And when the RSI was at 80, you'd go short, and 20, you'd go long. And I did it for a month, right, in a sim account. And then my first day live, I went short 44,000, and it went up all day. So I figured out how to take stops and lose a ton of money.
Oh,
First day of
man.
trading, first trade,
Phew.
but pretty.
Did it?
You'll learn.
How long did it? How many times did that take before it actually curbed your enthusiasm?
One,
Okay. Wow. So you got knocked quick.
yeah,
You're almost lucky.
yeah,
Maybe maybe not the dollar amount, but the amount of time.
yeah. And then we traded Google and we traded Apple. Apple was 20 when I first bought Apple. Google was, Tesla, all that stuff. All the IPOs,
Sure.
Facebook did all that stuff. But the one thing I always just all I do is focus on is not losing money, and I
Mhm.
don't care if I don't make a lot on a trade. The key is just to get out.
Yeah.
And like today, I was, just to put in perspective, I was trading 30 long here in this little session, but only for 2 or 3 points, because that's all it was giving. And I did that a
Mhm.
couple times, then it broke, so I took a stop, one tick, and then waited, and then it kind of settled at 28, 28 half, and I took a couple more longs, or maybe one more long there, and got out 31 half. And that's just what I do it all day long and short.
So you feel yourself pretty discretionary at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
just
mean, I'm
pure.
just
Mhm.
sort of looking at the market, and just that's where it stopped. So
Yeah, yeah,
next time it hits it, I'm in, and I just get out. If it doesn't work, because I know when it's supposed to work, and if it doesn't do it, I don't want to hold
yeah.
it. I get out.
If you were to
Um,
objectify for everyone, you know when to get out, because of course discretionary is still based on some sort of objectivity underneath the cover somewhere, right?
exactly. Yeah.
So what tips would you give for, assuming you're doing some sort of momentum style trading like you're doing? Um,
Well, I
which
like to
is
trade.
that safe to assume? It's sort of, you
Yeah,
could
I,
sort of
I
say
like to trade. Good.
I was just gonna say it's an overused term, and it can be a broad. I could have a broad definition, but um, roughly
Well,
speaking, momentum. I picture, within the few minutes time frame, you might get out of the trade.
yeah, I mean they're real quick.
Hmm.
And I trade the news events, like the very first. It might have been the CPI when it went up 100 points.
Hmm.
Remember that? I had 200 contracts long, and it took 23 seconds, and I got 100 points out of it. And the only reason I got 100 points is because it froze, and I couldn't get out. Otherwise, I would have gotten out with 10 or 15. But
Sure.
it unfroze, and I'm looking at a big number, and I said, Jesus Christ. And so I got out. So I've kind of figured out how to trade those trades.
You let your computer freeze, which lets you hold the trade.
Exactly.
That's a good tragedy. I like that. I'll have my wife unplug the internet.
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
panic,
I mean,
but I'll
I,
come
I
back to a
couldn't
win.
I couldn't do anything. It was a 23-second trade. I just got out.
Right,
But
right.
so I'll look at the way I look at it is, all these events, Goldman and all these guys, they have their own department, so they know exactly what's going to happen. And I just look and see how the market's trading going into it, and that sort of helps me with the direction, like which way is it going to go. So
Okay.
sometimes I'll put it on and stay in it, but the best one is waiting. Like if it
Mhm.
pops up, we'll get you immediately get a fade back um, to where it started, or at least halfway. So that's an
And
even.
when you, I guess, what time frame are you looking at? Are you looking at like a very large move up out of like maybe the overnight range kind of pop up, or are you speaking
No,
to like small hot imbalances?
exactly. I mean,
Okay.
so I sort of chart. I've been looking at those moves. Like I said, one went up 100 points. You usually get maybe 20, 15 to 20, and then you can see it stopping.
Mhm.
So it's on the ES 20 points, and then you'll see it stop, and then you can just jump on the next candle. And I use a 30-second chart, so
Okay.
it'll pop, and then I'll fade it, and then I'll fade that fade, and that's a good day right there. Just a
Yeah.
couple.
Right.
And
So
you
you're
can,
trying to like ride with the profit takers or the early aggression.
yeah. I mean,
Right.
I just follow the market and see what it's doing and try to stay with it. I get it
Mhm.
wrong all the time, but
Sure.
I'm not using indicators anymore. I really like to do pullback trades. So if it starts in a trend up, I'll like today, 28 half or 30. It went up and it pulled back, but we didn't get any further move up. Because it's overnight, it's low volume, there's nobody
Mhm.
trading. But normally, you know, I'd trade for 5 points, let it pull back, get back in, trade for another 5, let it pull back. And, you know, the tough thing is it going to keep going or is it going to stop and reverse? So,
And what are you looking at on your charts?
I've just
Besides,
got,
I know you said no indicator, but
I got candlesticks,
Mhm.
and that's really it.
What time frame do you use those on?
I got 30 seconds, I got 5 minute, and I got 30 minute.
Okay.
30 minute gives me a couple of days, 5 minute gives me the whole day, and 30 seconds is just entries and exits.
Right.
But they, you know, there's all this talk about time frames. You know, every chart trades the same, right?
Sure.
It's just how you're looking at it. And the shorter time frame, you see all the wiggles. But usually on the 5 minute, you can, like today, you can see all the pullbacks, and I got in every one of them, and they're all on my 30-second chart as well. I can't remember the numbers, but you know, they're all there.
Right.
Were you trading
Yeah.
NQ today?
No, I never trade NQ, just
Oh, you're-
ES.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, NQ. You guys were saying this earlier. It doesn't respect the same ES. Like ES will come down, like just this last hour or two, you know, 30, and then it'll break that, but it won't break it very much. So you're sort of safe waiting, and then you know you get in at 28, 28.5. NQ just drops, you know, 30, 40 points, and you know it's painful, you know. So I really don't like trading NQ.
Right.
I like it to be, you know, give me 5 points and I can get out, and that's all I need.
I hear you. When I first got into futures in 2019, I started with NQ, and then I quickly, within a few days, realized this is not my market. Switched to ES, and then right now I'm getting into NQ and oil, so I got 3 markets right now.
Yeah, I tried oil for a long while, and that's a hard one for me because it's more. It just goes and it doesn't stop, and so I can never. I like to basically fade the moves is my best trade, so I can sort of figure the edges.
Oh, okay.
You know, so if it goes down, I can figure the bottom or the edge, and then if it goes up, I can figure. Even if it's going up all day, I can figure where it's going to stop and pull back, so I can get a couple of pullback trades there. You know, fades. So that's kind of my best thing. When the news hits and market goes up, I just wait for it to stop and then I can fade it. And that's my best trade because it's a pretty tight stop if I don't get it right. And then it always pulls back. So I get that part of it. But if it just goes one direction, like oil, I'm sunk because I don't like to go long when it's going up because I think it's always going to come. You know, I'll buy the top.
Which is what happens 70 to 80% of the time. The market reverts
Right.
to the mean.
Right. Exactly. I don't want to be that guy because I was that guy the first day. 44,000 kind of shares, not contract shares, so wasn't that big a deal.
I don't know if you know who Jim Dalton is, but he shared an interesting story. He was trading on the floor, and he said after every trend day, the bad traders would be like really happy, and they'd be like celebrating. But after every like normal day, like 80% of the days, those guys would not have a good day.
Exactly. I mean, you know, trend days are, if we get 20 days in a month, we'll get one, maybe two, but we're getting, you know, 18 to 19. Well, everyone calls them chop or sideways, but I love them because it's how the market trades, and that's how you make money. And you know, the whole key though is just not losing money, getting out when you're wrong. So that's a tough one in and of itself. But I've figured out over time the market goes up and it pulls back, and I just stay in it because I know it has to pull back. So it has to come back to go up, and it has to go up to go down. I just know that, so I don't worry about
size appropriately.
Yeah, and
that's
then
what
you
I
can
see a
add
lot
on
of traders do on the back end. Obviously, I'm watching a ridiculous number of statistics go by, and you see all this stuff, and it's you try, you coach these guys, and you're trying to tell them they need to not be using so much size, and based on the risk, and you need to come up with risk per day, and it's just not pushed enough because and I don't blame it, but all the YouTube videos are just about how quick. Here's my 99% winning strategy,
Right.
and it's not.
Right.
There's nothing excited. No one's googling like, oh, how do I do risk management? They're doing that like a year after they lose, and now they've got the worst habits built up. It's rough,
Exactly.
And I went through that.
My best trade this session, I did 4 longs and I took a stop. That was my best one because I took a 1 tick stop. If I can get out with 1 tick,
yeah,
I'm fine.
I mean, you're rewarding yourself for the right behavior, not rewarding yourself regardless of how it happens if you go green. And it's hard to disconnect those two. It just takes time, and you've got way more time in the market than I do. But it's just it's how do you tell someone like, oh, you were, oh, look, they won, 8 times the risk or something, or maybe they won 8x whatever, and you're trying to tell them that it was a bad trade, so you shouldn't be happy. Like you're thinking about it in such small terms in one day, one trade. But this behavior of trading style is just going to eat you up. You can't beat the statistics. Yeah, it's
Exactly.
just it will catch up. It's not if, and it's not like I'm not some wizard trying to like say I know the future and stuff. It's literally just that is the future because that's how statistics work.
I think also not only are new traders like up against the market, they're also up against the whole YouTube algorithm machine.
Yeah, they are, and it's unfortunate. It's just you're gonna get 10 times the YouTube viewers if you have a sleazy title and a sleazy video.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have market gurus, and you'd pay them, and they'd come up with these, whatever they're called algos now, but trades back then, and it was most of it was bullshit. They weren't actually trading. This one, I was looking at her performance. I'm like, how in the hell did you do that? She goes, well, if I'm long and it goes up, I just count, my exit at the very top of that move. I'm like, but so you didn't actually get in and get out. You just called along and it went up, 20 or 30 points in the day. So you got 30 points on your, score sheet. That's how they do this stuff. It's ridiculous. It's, total. But that's the only way to learn, right? You have to go through something like that with
I don't know
somebody.
if you do.
Yeah.
I do wonder that. I mean, that's what I've seen since I've joined the markets, but I feel like you have to feel the pain. You have to be able to handle the pain, but I feel like it doesn't need to go through a lot of bad behaviors before you get there. I think it's more like Mr. Miyagi. You need to make them go through the pain of wax on, wax off.
Right.
But they don't necessarily have to hit their face against the wall.
Yeah.
And then, the bad behavior is the hardest part. It's hard to teach them both the mentality of what's good as a trader and what's going to be sustainable. It's hard. No one wants to hear it. Everyone is just like, no, I had a day last week where I made a whole bunch, and they like maximized how many minis I was using. Like I just used just way over leveraged, and it's like, and they managed to get a lucky whatever, and that's what they remember. They're like, I'm a good trader. I had a good day last week.
Yeah, I don't even look at dollars. I just look at points.
Yeah, that's good.
I know it's behind it, but I find focusing on that, I'll either get out too early or too late. Because once, let's say you make $1,000, you have that in your mind, and if it pulls back, you're like, well, I want the 1,000, so I'm going to wait. And then we all know how that goes.
Every time.
So if it's points, it's easier. And I'm looking for 5 points today. It was 3 because I look at it overnight. I look at the volume. I look at the range. We had 11-point range and tiny volume.
Right.
So it's not going anywhere. So I just cut the points in half. So 2 to 3 works. Got a bunch of those. I mean, it's amazing how it adds up.
Do you focus on quantity times points or points alone?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, points, and then it's I have just a little thing. I look at the overnight and whatever the range is. So it was 11. I got to do 11 trades. And, if it's 20, I got to do 20. So typically the overnight range, we have to get that in the regular trading hours. It was it? No, it was 14 overnight. Sorry, 14 overnight. So I have to get 14 trades in, and the market's got to go 14 points before I quit. So it keeps me in it. But it's not dollars. It's number of trades, and then if each trade, if it doesn't work, I get out. If it works, I stay in it. And I do a lot of repeats. Like 30 long, 30 long, 30 long, 28 long. Because or you could have flipped that around and 33 short, 33 short, 33 short. There's your sideways range. No one talks about sideways trading, but the market always moves sideways. So you have to be able to trade sideways. Everyone, just like you said, they want the trend days.
Yeah, right.
And so they just hold. So, and then most guys, they'll say, well, hey, I made that call. Look, the market went up to that number. I made the call.
I know.
And I'm like, dude, the calls are made by the guys that are on TV, right? Let them. We don't make calls. We trade. We make money. Calls, are
it's all controlled by Jim Cramer. Just if you're curious, I'm letting the news out tonight.
But it's like I think you just said. I can't predict the future. Nobody can, right? All you can do is look for something good you like, that you've practiced, and that has a shot, and you take it, and you either make what you think you can make, you lose what you think you can make, and then you do the next one. It's really, for me, that simple.
Yeah,
but
it seems simple, but that's like any field where you get to be an expert. Everything seems obvious, but it's so ingrained in you at this point.
Yeah,
it's more complicated than it seems.
Oh yeah,
I've learned that. It seems like you try to teach everyone that it's really simple, but it's just not. Right. The nuances are crazy.
Well, I think you guys were talking about this too. It's a performance sport. You got to focus. You're like a jet fighter pilot. You got to make the decisions as quick, and they got to be correct and right on, or you lose. Or maybe a brain surgeon. I'm not saying that either one of those I'm capable of, but it's the same focus. And people get in and they're doing this, they're doing that, they're looking at charts, and they're having a cup of coffee. It's just, I kind of laugh because there's no way. There's no way you can trade, at least the way I trade, and focus on anything other than that. So how do you guys trade? Are your styles similar or different? Or?
Yeah, we overlap quite a bit.
Yeah.
Very much a top-down approach kind of guy.
Okay.
Just trying to get the overall. I'm not as scalpy as you might be, I guess. You're seeing the market. Maybe that's based on your time in the market. You're able to do that better than me. But I'm looking for a lot of mean reversion, using standard deviations of VWAP as a rough reference point, but generally just areas of importance, historic, most recent.
Right.
Wait for it to get to my area and just look for the momentum to shift enough where there's a good risk on the trade, and then just letting it go towards a target that's high probability.
Yeah, I
just accepting that.
Yeah, I do the same thing because I can't know. I don't know. So I look at all I know is what I do know for facts is that when the volume's coming in, because at the open, at the news events, etc., you're getting volume. And then, so I understand that. I, of course, don't know the direction. I don't know how far it's going to go that direction based on whatever the event is. But you get an idea if you take pictures and track a ton of them. And like I said, I like to fade them because they always fade, When everyone's getting long, it's time to go short. When everyone's getting short, it's time to go long.
Yeah. It's usually that like third major leg up. Everyone thinks you can't stop it, and then it starts making a huge flag. And the flag's lasting a little bit too long, and then there it goes.
Exactly. Because it's always the late longs or late shorts that, that's the first
They give them one a month. They give them one a month, and they keep running it all the way up over and over, and that just sets the
Right.
psychology up.
But it's so difficult to literally, when the market's dumped 40, 50 points to jump in long. I mean, I do it all the time, but it's, nobody will do that trade because it's going down, right? Same thing on the upside.
Sure.
I think that's kind of what you learn, right?
Do you have any higher time frame levels that you mark out to help you get in?
Well, 5 minute and 30 minute I look at.
Also, 30 is your highest, but I bet it's like scrunched out. You have it scrunched out a little bit?
No, I just look. So that gives me today and yesterday.
Ah, okay.
And I just look at basically yesterday's high low, overnight high low. I look at the open, the close. Those are my 5 levels. And it not always, but most of the time, if we hit those, it'll hit the overnight, the Globex high and low, 98% of the time during the next day. So that's a trade, and then you see what happens there, and it may break through, and then you stay with it. It may come back, and you stay with it. So I mean, I've got tons of them, just based on a lot of different people figuring out what works. I use it on the 5 minute. There's a couple of EMAs. If we get back to the 89 or the 240, probably going to stop there because that's a heck of a long way. I use fibs. I think you said you used fibs, on a move, like a news move up. I'll put a 50 and a 62% fib there and trade down to it because it typically will come back to those. But, for me, it's like diminishing returns. If you've made 5, getting to 10 is going to be 3 times as hard, If you've made 10, getting to 15 or 20, it's just the odds are not with you. Dude, you got 10 points. What do you want? If you're not making enough money, add contracts. But 10 points, I hear people all the time, market didn't do anything. I'm like, dude, we got a 20-point move. What market are you trading? That's a ton of points.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, you get all this
that's
stuff.
good. So we've kind of gone over all the pros. I'd be interested to hear, like, after all this time, where do you still struggle? Or explain. I like to tell people, like, the emotions are kind of always there. Your just ability to control it starts to shift, and the ability to kind of see past it starts to shift, but don't ever expect it all to go away.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I think you put the trade on, and then you worry about it, and then it doesn't react, and then you take it off, and you're like, what the hell am I doing? I've done this for how many years? Let it go. So I just pick a number, 5. But the one area is, on a trend. I'm always looking for the pullback. So I'm always, if it's going up, I'm always trying to short. And I never really am able to just stay long on a trend up. I'm always looking for the pullback.
Okay.
So
you like to really suck out the points, huh?
It's just I just know from trading that you're better off going against that trend. You can make the points, and there's just certain levels. Like I've talked about a few of the levels, but I just put it on there because if it doesn't pull back and it goes up, it's a very quick stop. Right? Because you're trading the top of the range, and you're shorting it. And if it doesn't go down, like immediately, I'll just get out and then wait for it to go a little higher. I'm usually early. It usually works what I want, but I'm early, so I'll take.
So you're always assuming it's going to go against you a little bit first.
Well, yeah, because it always does.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I get it. It's definitely that balance of trying to see if is the market really slowing down to turn. That's
right.
It's hard not to be there because it's just the best possible entries.
So like today, 30 long. I think it did it three times, and then it broke it. So I'm like, okay, but it's not going to go that far. So I took the stop, and then you sort of wait, 29, 28 half. It was, I think it got to 28 quarter, something.
Mm-hmm.
And then or it's 27, I don't know, something like that. And I sort of, I get in early. What trying to do is let it make the low, let it break the low. I call it a poke. Someone taught me that. And then you let it retest the low. Then you're good. So it's already made the low, retested it, broken it, retested it. Then you're going up. That's my favorite pattern on the low side and on the high side. But I usually get in on the first one, and then of course it goes up, and then I take some heat, and it goes up, and it takes some heat, and then it goes. So, but maybe
Yeah. So, but you tend to not. You don't exit then re-enter, exit then re-enter. You prefer to just hold it rather than try to eat up commissions, getting possibly
well, no. So if
saving it on
goes up,
first.
if it goes up 5, I'll get out.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes against you,
right? Yeah. Theoretically, I'll say I get out, but usually I don't. I let it. I take some heat.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
not a lot, but
Right.
not like my
As
first.
long as you know when to stop, right, and you're making big enough wins, which it sounds like you are. Everyone's got their days, but
Yeah, I mean, I'll do. I don't know, 90%, I guess, of they'll go. And I can take heat on that, but it'll turn around. I generally get the right areas.
What
And,
how many trades a day would you say you're taking?
it depends on how.
This is slowly going to turn into a coaching session, whether you want to or not. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, like
just gonna slip it in there.
Yeah, like today was 14 point overnight, so I've got to take a minimum of 14,
Okay.
and then I can be done. And I try to get 5 on each one. Today I was getting 2 and 3 on each one because it just wasn't moving.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't always get to 14. I get bored, whatever. I'll maybe get 10. Some days I'm getting over 100. When those big days, they just go. And so you can get a lot of trades in. So no, I don't care about commissions because I mean the only way to make money is one, large contracts and huge move. And I know I don't want to do large contracts, and I know we're not going to get the large move. I just know it. I've looked at the market for so long, and I've tracked every day and how many 20-point moves, how many 10, how many 15, how many 5.
Sure.
But I'm not going to trade for 2 ticks or 1 point because that's just I've known lots of people like that, and they get 2 ticks, and I did that. I got 2 ticks on 40 contracts. I was making $800. It's $1,000, but after commissions, $800, and that works until it doesn't work, and then you're down. You
It's
lose
pretty
it.
much like averaging in. That's what I tell people. Like it'll work and work and work, and then that 10% time it doesn't. It
Right.
Just kills your account. And then you're saying, no, if I could just be a little bit better on the performance, and they're not including the fact that it's just that's how much you're risking, and you're going to get a loser.
Yeah, no question.
It's just math.
It's just math, and it's just like you said, you're flipping the coin.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do better than 50-50, but
Well, that's the thing. But just to give people an idea, I mean, if you're doing better than 50-50, I mean, you're still going to expect 4 or 5 losers in a row, and then you start questioning everything, and then you start spiraling because you're not at like peak performance mind every day.
Right. Been there. I mean, I've done every mistake. I've lost every different one. I mean, I've just done it. I've been with all the wrong people, learning all the wrong stuff with all the cheats and crooks.
Heard it all.
But you just try to learn, and
sure,
it's not easy. I mean, but how do you tell these new people it's
I don't know. I'm in a position to do that, so any ideas I'm welcome to. It's hard to motivate them, keep a business afloat, and improve them. And because a lot of them are just coming over, they're like, why isn't this $20? I'm like, are you focused on the $20 fee to get in? Or are you just thinking about you're going to fail it? Because maybe that's not the best thing to be thinking about here.
Yeah.
They just want the cheapest evals. The cheapest evals. It's like, what are you doing where you're so hyper focused on just the eval portion? We want you to focus on the longer term here. And $20 is a rounding error on one trade. You know what I mean?
Exactly. No question about it. I mean, one thing I did was I spent a lot of time in the simulators, which is not real. So you have that, opposition. That's what everyone tells you. But I just used it to have a trade on and seeing what the market was doing. And, so for instance, if I got long, it would go up and then it would pull back. And a lot of times it would pull back even to my entry. And what I found with what I was doing is I was just getting out because it didn't go. Then I'm like, wait a minute, if I stay in it, then it'll go back up. And that's what it did. So I learned what the market does. I learned when you got a news flash or you got Trump tweet or something, and the market would just boom shoot up. The next thing it will do, it will run down. It's a pump and dump. That's what the guys do that have all the money. They pump it,
Sure.
or the algos, whoever, and then they take their profits, and all the late longs are going to get hammered, and then they make it, and they double their money on the way back. It's just how it works. So, it takes a long time because those are hard things to do, but you sort of just see how it moves, how it works. You just get on it.
Let me jump in
And I
here.
never know, if you ask me overnight, what's my plan? I never know. I have no plan because I don't know. I can't predict. I don't know. Maybe a minute or two before an event, I can kind of get an idea.
So you're really looking for like tier 1 news events when you say event. Like you want something that shakes the market and then you kind of ride it real fast.
Right. So there's those events. So I know those are going to hit, right? Like we get NFP, we get Powell's speech, we get, whatever's coming up to this week in news. So those all move the market. But then there's times where you're just sitting there and the market moves. And I don't look and see what the news does. I don't look and see. I don't know. I don't care why. I don't care what. I just see a move. And so I know when we get that new move and then we get that I look at volume. When we get that volume coming in, we're going to get an opposite move. It's going to go the other direction. And so I just wait, and then I get, I go the opposite direction, and it works.
Right.
So, I call it it's not my trade. I learned it from Peter Davies, who's, he's the guy that has Bookmap. Is it
Okay.
Bookmap? Yeah. Anyway, he's an English guy, but, he has all these, he's called it volume spikes. So it's what happens. And he goes through and tells you why it happens. I don't care about that. I just know it happens. So I just do it. Yeah. So I don't have a plan.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, it's hard to have a real plan. I mean, there's obviously some major levels that aren't surprising when they bounce off into the tick sometimes,
Right.
but you have to really watch the wheel because there might be, someone running across the road. You just never know. It's just all of a sudden it shifts the other day. You got to be ready for it. It's intense, those news events.
Yeah, and I've looked at, so I've used all these things like Bookmap, but I know that all those orders can be pulled, and they are pulled, so it doesn't really help.
Just enough for the fees or the whatever fines they're paying, are less than what they're making off it. It's just accounting.
Yeah, so I don't look at that stuff. I don't look at, I'm just looking to make my points, and if it gets there, it gets there. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I'm not staying in too long, and if it keeps going, I'll get back in, and I've learned to do that. That's hard to do. Just do multiple, and not just stay in it. But I've learned that's the way it works for me.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I like that. The more you hear from guys I've been in a while, they tend to sing your tune.
Yeah.
Either they're not doing it anymore, or they're talking about how they got rid of all the noise.
Yeah, I mean,
But
I just know that, there used to be floor traders back in the day,
yeah,
and they didn't have charts. They didn't have computers. They just had numbers that they figured out, and they kept them written down or in their heads. But so that's how trading started, and it's still done that way. That's where you make the money. All this hocus pocus, magic.
yeah.
I tried it, and
I
it's
think a
like,
lot of people just have to. There's something about it in our brains, like there's a solution there. One, because of the YouTube, I think, stuff and the marketing and the money that can be made, and then two, traders just don't want to acknowledge that they're going to have to deal with that unknown, that uncertainty. They want to be like, well, how do I solve this plumbing problem? That's the
yeah,
human mind. How do I solve? And
yeah.
you have to eventually, you just have to be like, okay, I've tried pretty much every combination of every single one of these equations, and they don't predict the market. Then none of them
None
are
of
going to give me that sense of security that I'm looking for, and you just
nothing,
accept it.
nothing will predict the market, but all we hear about is guys predicting the market.
Right,
So I
exactly.
get that, but I spend no time there because it can't happen unless it does happen. And the only time you know that is when it's happening, not 2 hours before, not the day
Yeah,
before.
right.
But you
Right.
can see when it's hitting the low and hitting the low,
How it's hitting
forming
the
a
low.
yeah, and so that's when you get long. You try to get as
Right.
close to that number, tight stop. And
Right.
generally, sometimes it doesn't work out. I mean, I've been on a
The big thing for me is just making sure that traders know at least, you a lot of traders have scalp strategies, right? Again, I think because of fear, they're in for like 2 seconds because they're just afraid of. They're like, if I can just do like you were saying, if I can just make 4 ticks or 3 ticks, then I don't have to worry so much. You don't have to sit in the trade very long. Be able to read if the market's still moving in your direction. Yeah, it's not as strong, but it still looks like it's okay, and know not to get out on that. But they can avoid all that pain if they found this magical 4-tick move all the time, and they can just hit it forever. But what I try to do though for people is try to show them how they look at larger time frame levels that everyone's looking at, and at least just wait for that area. Do your strategy for your entries. That's part of the trading, but they're doing it in just random spots every single time it hits, and that's not. You're not going to find something very easily that's consistently winning like that, because then you're in algo territory. You're just straight up. It's you versus the algos on lower volume, and good luck. They could drop the bid and move the ask. It's harder for them to move market really far, but it's a lot easier for them to move the market within a few ticks.
Yeah,
And
but
if
they
you're over
do.
leveraged, yeah, no, they move it larger. They're just not. It's just not as much of a guarantee as they can get with those small time frame stuff. Way more high probability moving of markets compared to moving the ES 100 points isn't just silly business because it's not just them. They're having to deal with the bigger fish. So
Exactly. All that stuff is, it's over my pay grade. So I don't even look at that stuff because I can't, there's so many different things and so many different ways people are trading. And I've tried most of them, if not all of them, with all the different ways to do it. But it just, I've just figured this way out and it works, for me.
yeah, that's great. Do you stream or provide any content?
No,
I'm sure everyone would like to hear something about that.
Yeah, but for me, it's too much of a pain in the ass. I mean,
Sure.
I just trade. I'm happy doing that, and setting up. Like, look how long it took me to get into you guys with the. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not a very
All
good.
right. Well, it's too bad.
I'll leave that to Ox, but yeah, but the thing, literally, I've been in so many rooms and I've offered help to so many people, you wouldn't believe it. Hundreds, thousands. I mean, I'm always helping, but people, they don't. Like for me, when I was learning, if I'd see a trader and I'd see their trades and I'd see what would happen, I would immediately be talking to that person saying, what are you looking at? Blah, 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 figuring it out. And I learned a lot from a lot of people that are good traders. But I just don't see that. Like, no one's really, looking
They're
for,
trying to find
I
either
don't
like,
know.
how do
Yeah.
I copy trade 20 accounts is the question. And meanwhile, they don't know how to trade, so they're just gonna blow 20
You blow up 20 accounts. Yeah.
It's like they're just like, oh, I can just have way less size, and then they just don't do it that way, or they,
Yeah.
they're like, I'll just make $20 a day, and then they're like, well, I'll make 30 today, and I'll make 100. And before you know it, they're just over leveraged out of all the accounts.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's like I'm learning from you guys right now, and I learn from Ox and his gang every day. Maybe it's not something new, but it's something I have kind of lapsed and I got to get back to. Like you're just talking about leverage, you're talking about risk, you forget that stuff. And then the market doesn't forget. The market will hammer you.
No.
I just learn.
Yeah.
But yeah, helping people is what I try to do, but no one seems to want to, if you charge it, it's like,
yeah, maybe. I feel like people take it seriously, but then when they go into the brokerage account and they're trading, they didn't take us seriously enough to adjust. Raj, your microphone's making bad noises.
Oh, my bad.
And it's not that easy. What I do, I mean, I'm looking at a lot of things and I get out and I get in. And, having someone else do that is very difficult. They'll be early or late or, it's very difficult.
Yeah. Right.
As you guys know, you can't sit there and copy someone because you're not that person. You're not seeing it the same way.
You have to take every trade verbatim, and
right.
That's not easy to do over a YouTube stream lag.
Yeah.
And they might not show all their trades, and maybe they're not even good anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I found most of those guys there used to be paid rooms. They're all I was listening to a guy called Anton Krail, he was a Goldman trader, and he just exposed that whole business on a.
Are you talking about Anthony Crudell?
No, Anton Krail, Kreil, Krail. He was from London, and now he's in Singapore somewhere. He has the Institute for Traders. He's got like 3,000 traders working.
I feel like I've watched. He's a British guy and he speaks like in an auditorium. There's a few of those videos, slick back hair.
Yeah, he's good.
Okay.
Because
he's good.
He lays it out. Says this is what it is. This is how they cheat you. They know every one of your trades and they get in before you do, and they take the opposite side. I mean,
those bigger. You mean the standalone prop firms?
Yeah, those guys, and he's talking about the brokers, and he's talking about those guys that work for the brokers doing education. Not you guys.
Yeah, front running is very illegal now. Of course, the props can't do it if they even wanted to because the trades don't go through them.
Yeah.
And
but
of course,
Citadel,
it's not hitting
those
them
guys,
too.
They can, because they're buying order flow. So to make the market, the market allows them to do it. I mean, they're getting a ticket to it, though. They're doing that stuff, which is why they make all the money. And it's riskless. I mean, how's it risky? I'm going long, and you take the side of it, you get out, or you get long before me and sell it. That's what they do. So you're out in a tick or two because I'm long and it's going to go tick or two. So
sure.
Anyways, all kinds of stuff that's illegal, but we can't. I can't compete with that. I can't compete with that speed. So I didn't try. It's not even possible.
Yeah, higher time frames. I always suggest. The market's just like it's probably its best thing it can do is trick people into thinking they're good at trading it. That's pretty much like its goal on the other side, is trick all the other systems to think that it's doing the right thing until the last second.
Exactly.
And it's like literally the most money you can imagine in the world to try to do that, and you're going up against it at the lower time frames if you want.
Well, that's actually kind of how I trade. I go against what the public is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
it's hard,
if you have a setup that is so perfect, that you have a setup that is so perfect everyone's buying it. It's just like there's lots of times it just completely fails.
Yeah, you have to be careful though when you'll get run over that way too.
Yeah, so when I see like a perfect setup, I'm kind of just like hesitant to take that trade because I like to look at retail sentiment whenever I take a trade. If something is too perfect, it feels like a trap.
Well, can I ask you a question? What are you looking at to figure what the retail sentiment is?
For context, Jake does trade Forex and not futures, and he does swing trade instead of day trade.
Okay, so he's got something that tells him. Okay, just curious because I haven't figured out any way to figure that one out on the ES.
Well, if you're trading smaller time frames, things may be a little bit different. But when it comes to like longer time frames, because I know the retail sentiment is not 100% accurate. Nothing is. Nothing is 100%. Trading is not 100%. But if I see like, like I like to trade breakouts and like on a longer time frame, it you have to wait longer for a breakout to happen. And most breakouts do fail, which is why I usually take my stop loss and I like to trail my stop.
Did we lose everybody?
No, I'm here.
Okay. I had my
thought he was talking to the.
okay, I had my headset. I had my headset off for a second, so I wasn't sure. So for those that are following along still on YouTube and we're wondering who the heck you were hearing talking, we have Josh from Blue Sky, we have Raj from Blue Sky, and we have G-Man, who you've seen in the chat more in the mornings, but he was here this evening. That's who you're mainly here talking. And just a minute ago, you're hearing Ecom Jake talking as well.
Hey, I have a question for you, G-Man.
Yo.
What was the online trading culture like in the 2000s?
In the olden days, well, we'd write tickets and we'd put them through the pneumatic tube and they'd go to the trading room. No, I'm just kidding. What was the question? What was the trading like? When?
It
Yeah,
wasn't
like
a trading tube. It was a
had
trading
rooms.
slide.
You had like online rooms, I guess.
Yeah, there
Communities
were.
and stuff.
Yeah, before Skype and before any of those, there was like a texting service, and I can't remember. It was like 3 little initials, but so you would do that, and whoever was running the room, they would put their charts up to some charting software, and so you'd buy in and log into that, and then that person could talk. So it's sort of like this, but not as fancy. And you can type into the room, but you couldn't talk, and it would just be that. And then they would have training, after the market, or they'd talk about sideways trading, or range trading, or trend trading, or whatever, and you'd try and learn. And there was all these rooms, so you go from room to room to room and try to learn. And there were no, like you guys, there were no prop firms. There were like I guess professional firms like Goldman Sachs and those guys that had obviously futures department trading, but commissions were higher. I mean, we were trading. Well, the market got down to 666 one day when all the banks blew up and all the bonds blew up and all the mortgages blew up. 08, whatever that was, 08, 09. So we were trading like 600s, 700s, 800s. So, a 10-point day times, $50 is times your contracts. you're making a lot less. People don't realize it. I mean, 1% is what, 40, 45 points. That's 1. And you get you get a run of that times your contracts times your 50 for the ES. That's a big day. We would never have that. We would have a big day was 15 to 20 points until all that shenanigans went down. And then we'd be getting 100-point days. Flash crash, traded that. That thing was moving. It like you'd see it on your screen and it would be gone. And it would be down 20, 30, 40. Thing went down 500, I think, on that day, 600. And then, so if you put a trade in, you'd never know where you got hit, and then you'd be stopped out. But guys were buying, like, Citibank was $1, Wells Fargo was $7. I mean, it's like, holy shit. Everything's, everyone, people made serious bank on that one. I wasn't smart enough, but God, good stuff. And then earnings, Apple at $20, it went up 10 when it first came out with the iPod, and Google and all that stuff. And then, of course, I'd be trading one of the Chinese stocks, the internet company. They're still around, and I was trading 5,000 shares, and I thought I was so good, and I made 10 grand, and I was so happy, and I told everybody, and I went right back and boom, lost it all. So just Wild West, crazy stuff. Now you can still trade, like Apple earnings, Google earnings. They move the market when they have good earnings. The market will pop, 10, 15, 20 points. And then you can just fade that because the market's not going to stay up there. It'll come back. It's kind of hard to do after hours, but sometimes you can. But just those stocks. And then we had the banking crisis just recently. Market's moving on that. Bank stocks are moving on that. We had Trump when he was president. He would do a tweet and the market would just blow up and then fade right back. There's a lot of fun.
How quickly do you feel like you catch on to the current market condition? When Nvidia's running because of AI, or
Right.
Or the longer term sentiments that seem to keep reappearing, or the market's been kind of on an upward climb for quite a while now, and everyone tries to pick the top every day.
Yeah. See, I don't do that. I don't do any of that. I don't know. And I know I don't know. I just listen to Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett says you cannot predict the market. I don't know. So if he doesn't know, I don't know. I truly believe that. So I don't spend any time on that. Like I came in this morning, I don't know what we're going to do. Are we going to go up or down? All I know is at 6:30, we're getting volume. And today that was sort of it. So I know we're going to, and we started, I was getting in earlier than that because we made the bottom, and then I was getting in, and then we shot up, and then the market opened, and then we shot up 3 or 4. And I'm like, I'm just going to stay long. I'm just going to keep going long because we're going up. Because once it starts, it'll continue that way.
If you could predict the market, you'd be richer than any man in this world. That is
exactly.
You would be richer than any person on this planet if you could predict the market.
So I've got this gray sports almanac from 1950 to 2000. If anybody saw Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Crickets.
But it's hard. It's hard not to, because everyone after this, you have to that. And I can't, so I don't. And then I just figure out as it's moving what to do. So it can only go long or short. So up or down.
Or
so
sideways.
It's not that hard. Yeah, or sideways. That's the one most people miss. And I always play for sideways because that's what it does. 4 out of 5 days it'll go sideways. Sure. And then if it moves, a big move like today, I wasn't in, but it popped up on some reason, and then right back down. So that's, they love to play that game, pump and dump, dip, strip, and rip. Those are the two
I know
favorite
everyone thinks
games.
it's only the penny stocks that are doing that.
No, it's fucking ES.
Oh yeah,
Does it
dude.
all every day, all day.
Yep. Same human sentiment.
Yeah, it's traders, and it's what I truly feel is it's the wrong decisions that are made that causes the moves, if you will. So we're going down and down. You have to get a lot of shorts, and then you have to pump it up, and they have to be wrong, and then you get a lot of buying because they're all getting stopped out, and up we go. You get the traders that get long, and then you get the ones that have to get long because they can't, pain because they're wrong.
Sure.
And I was that guy. I was always that guy.
It's definitely crazy how, people want to hold, and I've somewhat made a distinction. I think there's two very similar overlapping groups of the people that don't want to be wrong versus the people that are willing to risk it all on the off chance they're right. And I feel like that's really what characterizes the majority of people when they're overholding a trade. It's not so much that they're going to be annoyed that they're wrong. It's literally like they don't want to get out of the trade, and then it goes without them. They're like, nope, I just hold on a little bit longer. It's not that I want to lose. It's I don't want to miss out on this huge trade I'm about to get. And I'm just adding to my amazing position before pop,
that is a way to trade, but
yeah, but if it's planned, there's a difference between holding because you're panicked and your emotions are killing you, and you just want to make sure that this trade gets you the P&L that you wanted. No one goes in the morning thinking this day's gonna be a good losing day. Everyone's so optimistic that they're never gonna make any mistake and it's gonna be perfect.
Ego
Expectations kill you.
Ego plays a huge role in trading because lots of traders tend to be egotistical, and you have to learn to accept the loss.
Absolutely. I mean, I know I'm wrong. The way I approach it is I'm wrong on this trade, and this is what I need to see to get out, right? And that's what I look for, because if it goes the way I'm planning, what do I have to do? Nothing. I've got my take profit there. I don't have to. That manages itself.
For sure.
It's just
the hard part is how much time is it going to take someone to build up the confidence they need to execute how they want to when the trade is live, because it's so easy to second guess yourself or be overconfident in what might play out here, and unless you can fall back on that training, the boot camp or whatever it needs to be that's embedded in you, you're like, nope, I know this works out the majority of the time. I've tested this, forwarded tested it, back tested it. Like, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do here, and then the other people are like, well, I just need to, I'm not so sure this trade's going to work, this doesn't seem right. And it's like, let me just add to my size and take a scalp real quick and just throw everything out the window because the day's ending soon and I want my money. And elevating from that is huge. And the hardest part about it, and you've experienced it too, is how do you convince other traders to kind of follow that path? It almost feels like it's like a religion or something that doesn't make sense to most people. And then somehow you just get enlightened.
Well, psychology is like one of the hardest parts about trading, your psychology.
Right. You have to be just so burnt, like some emotional shift has to happen, whether it's from, I guess, just grinding for such a long time or having big losses or having a huge life change because of it. Something's got to happen to like zap you and you just sort of like, you're like, okay, Mark, and I guess you're just going to continue to punch me in the stomach. I'm going to not run away from it anymore. It's just, I have to take these punches to the stomach. It just is what it is. Now, how do I work with that and use it to my advantage?
Yeah, exactly. Because the market doesn't care how you feel. The market does not care how you feel, what you want to do. The market's going to do what the market's going to do. And we have to learn to adjust with the market. You can't say, oh, I worked 8 hours trading. You have to Except, okay, the market's going to do what it's going to do. It doesn't matter how much effort you put into it. You have to form some sort of schedule in order to say, okay, the market screwed me over. No, it didn't screw you over. You have to work. If you can't do your job, like if you're working at like a sales position, if you can't make enough sales, you lose your job. It's like the same thing with trading. If you can't do your job, you will lose money. You have to be able to do the job in order to keep the money. Because with any other job, you get fired if you can't do it. Same thing with trading.
Yeah, I look at it as I don't even trade against the market or any of you guys. I trade against myself. So I'm just making sure that I'm doing what I need to do because I really, what you guys do doesn't affect me. What the market doesn't affect me. I know when I'm going to get out. There's my profit. There's my stop loss. And, it wiggles around in there and it either works either way. It doesn't matter. I mean, there's so many trades out there losing on 1 or 2 or 10. I mean, it's immaterial. And you can't, you guys have all said this, you can't win them all. You're going to lose them and what it's going to do. And I mean, news comes out and it's like, everyone's like, oh, that's a beat. That's so positive. And the market goes down 20, 30 points, it's like, well, they knew it was coming and they knew it was going to be a beat and they took it down anyway. They're just trying to get better pricing to get long. So you got to go with it. You have to understand that the market is the market and it just does what it does. And there's traders behind it and you don't know what they're going to do.
It definitely makes you feel like, it's just how I come from the computer science angle of all this. So to me, if I were going to hire someone that didn't know anything about the market to come up with the algorithm to execute in the market, I know the perfect test to see if it works well. One would be obviously like what's the net sum P&L, but the other would be to study what's the most optimal way to trick people into taking the wrong direction. Because if you solve that problem, you solve half of the problem the algorithm's trying to make work. When it comes to that, different than an algorithm that's not moving the market.
The algorithms are specifically written to take advantage of what all the gurus teach. So if there's a trading style out there, there's an algorithm designed to crush that. So that's the way I look at it. So I don't even,
I don't know if it's that explicit, to be honest. I think just naturally the two are gonna come to a head. I think it's sort of inevitable. You're watching the masses make the decision that tricks the human psychology the most. And so it's
a real psychological phenomenon. You're talking about it when you start to lose money, you don't get out because you think you can make it back. But once you start to make money, you don't want to lose the money, so you take it off. So it's an actual psychological. They've done studies on it, and they found that it's actually it's a thing. So you have to overcome that. You have to not want to lose, and you have to let it win, which is difficult. It's really difficult.
It's very difficult.
All these things are very difficult.
Every day it's still difficult. It never changes. That's still there, like sitting on your shoulder, wanting you to blow up a whole year's worth of profits. It just never changes. It's literally just how quickly can you respond to it, notice it, and not let it control your decision making. At least for me, that's what it feels like. It's almost like a second personality that's stuck in your head. Like click the button, take more trades. This is a perfect setup, and then the logical side that's preventing you from doing it eventually. So do we have anybody that hopped in that wants some free coaching? John? Contra?
You guys are done with me coaching?
I wasn't coaching you. I was just chatting with you.
I appreciate all your comments. It's good stuff, man. You guys are good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. It's nice to hear.
My pleasure. But you guys are giving up your time when you should be either drinking at a bar with your girlfriend or home with your family. So I appreciate it.
I'm home with my family. They just go to sleep earlier than I do.
I get you.
Contra, turn on your mic because they need to hear what's going on with you if you want the coaching. It shows you're muted, Contra. That went from coaching to a podcast.
Sorry.
No. I wasn't. I'm not complaining. I thought it was cool. I just was sitting back listening like everyone else. Contra, can you hear us? Tap 3 times. Contra says he's working on it.
Yeah, I went from my desktop to my cell phone, and then I had to find all the apps. I had to figure out how to open them because I never use my cell phone.
Hey, by the way, what platform do you trade on, G-Man?
I've got what platform? I got some on Tradovate, and then some on AMP, and then Interactive Brokers. Interactive is my favorite, but their margins are really high. So, but you got to do it. You got to do it. So those three. I do. I buy bonds over there, and that's the long-term accounts, and Tradovate's pretty good because I trade for the family. So they're is big, so they don't. I'll trade 1 or 2 contracts for them. It adds up.
Contra's trying to get it to work. I think he's trying a different thing. He's just going to try to use his cell phone.
So Tradovate's good for that because you can do friends and family. Same with Interactive Brokers.
Oh, okay.
And so you can do 15 accounts on either one, both. So you're just you're looking at one account, but you're trading 15.
Right.
Yeah, and they settle that at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I think because I was talking to one of the brokerages about that.
Yeah.
And they were saying that you need to try to take the same, like an even number that matches the amount of accounts you're trading. So when they settle it at the end of the day,
or you do numbers. So yeah, but you got to make sure.
It's so weird. It feels like such a loophole. Yeah, clearly it's an investment. Trading. You know what I mean? They're putting money into an account for you to trade, but they just on paper make it separate trades. Yeah, just funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Interactive is more real time than Tradovate. They used to have something called Button Trader that you'd put over there as a front end. Unreal. You could do a long and short in the same account at the same time.
Oh boy, yeah. We've had a brokerage.
So how do you lose there? But yeah, that was and then they're gone. But
any luck, Contra?
Yeah, I mean he's just muted.
Yeah, he seems like he was having issues. Wait, there.
Okay.
Oh, I saw him go unmute for a sec. There he is. Oh, that's like a robot.
Hello.
Hey.
Is it working? Test 1, 2, 3.
Welcome to Prop Talk.
It's a thing.
We can hear you, Contra. Go ahead.
I just got a question about the 30-second strategy he was talking about. I missed it.
He just closes his eyes, he waits 30 seconds, and he makes a decision.
Oh yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
G-Man, I think Contra has the question for you. He wants to know, how you decide your entries. He was asking that in the chat in YouTube. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. How you see the volume in it, though? So you know you can get in it when it's at the bottom of the range like that.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so the easiest is to say, if you've got a chart open, when we open this session, the market popped down to about 30, and this is the ES, and then it popped up from there, and then it came right back down to 30, like to the tick, or maybe it was a tick lower or higher. But once it's hit the number and it's held and bounced, it did it 4 times. So in this case, 4 times it hit that number or pretty close to that number. Maybe it was a point above or below it, and it'll tend to hold because it's held before. It's low volume. There's not many people trading. The market is a very tight range, so you can feel comfortable buying 30, buying 30, buying 30, and then it went to 28 or 28 half. You can buy that, and you let it pop up. And I usually trade for 5 points, but in this particular market, it was 2 to 3 because that's all it was going. So it was like 30 to 33, 30 to 30, 30 to 33. So
And
that's it.
Where you put the stop at?
real quick, just to make sure Contra is aware, he is talking about ES. This
Right.
won't work as well on NQ because NQ spikes a lot. So this is ES. Just wanted to make that
Okay, I'm
clear.
sorry. Okay.
So go
Yeah,
ahead.
throw a warning out there too that his level of experience is vast, so
Right.
that the subtleties that he's using to decide to hold or look for stops aren't going to be as straightforward as just always put your stop below the pivot. It's going to be based on the overall behavior, your character of that market at that time during that day. So don't oversimplify what he might be doing.
Okay.
And I don't know if there's a way you can describe some more of those subtleties, but
Well, I would rather not take a stop and rather take like a positive trade. So, instead of taking like a 1 or 2 point stop, I'll let it go up and take a 1 point profit. But that's not that easy. I did take one stop and that was when it went down to the 28. I took a 1 tick stop. I don't put a stop in. I just see what it's doing. And then if it's not working, I get out. And I've just learned that if it's going to work, it works. And it doesn't, if it doesn't work pretty quickly, I'll just dump it because I don't want to get stuck. I don't want to get, losses, so
how often would you say you
I just do.
get out of a winning trade because your style is getting out quickly? Because clearly there's tons of trades that just hold, rip, and you'll be missing those if you're
Right.
getting out, which I get. I mean, there's sort of a rhythm, I think, to traders where you see the market hitting a ceiling,
Yeah.
and there's a certain beat that's happening, and I think everyone gets out on that. Let me just wait a little bit longer beat, and everyone else gets out right before them, and then you're stuck in the flush. So feeling that rhythm and getting out before being part of the group that gets out before everyone else, clearly wins over time. But yeah, you end up watching the girl that you fell in love with from high school go away. There it goes. I was in that one. I should have just held a little longer.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. It happens, but I've learned the market, it'll go in the range, and then it'll sort of, if it's 5 point range, it'll stop it like down 2 or 3, and that's your sort of key. It's stopping, and so you might get a pump up. But even if I miss it, if I've gotten 4 trades, I'm not going to complain because I miss. I mean, I really don't, and if I was very proud I got out with a 1 tick loss because that was the one that didn't go, and it went a point and then it came right back down. I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm out. I just pushed it and I lost a tick or 2. So, and then it went down a little lower and stopped and came right back again. So, but yeah, it's not that simple because it's what's going on. You explained it very well. What's the market doing? What's the range? What's the volume? How far is it moving? What did it do today? All that kind of goes into it.
Right. There's sort
There's
of
no
a
real
having like that awareness around you about it. It's hard
right.
because you at one in the very beginning you have one indicator or something that you're looking at, or the candlestick patterns, and you're just so hyper focused on that. It's sort of like learning to drive a car is what I like to throw out as an analogy. When you're first learning to drive a car, you're just like sweating, holding the steering wheel, looking at the car in front of you. The light changes, you follow the lights, but then you're driving for 10 years, and out of the corner of your eye,
Right.
you're seeing someone changing lanes towards you because that lane's going to end a mile down the road because you've been down here before, and there's a pedestrian walking around, and you're seeing it all at once, and it's like
Exactly.
it
It's
just
kind
takes
of like that.
time, but you
Kind
have
of
to
like that.
assume you're always on the right. And then the worst part about it is with this, it's almost it's that same level, except for it's like the town's turned into Grand Theft Auto, where everyone's just going crazy doing all this crazy stuff, and a plane might crash, and you have no idea it's coming. It's like a very exciting little city to drive around.
hmm But I've been in those trades. I've been long, and the market shoots up, and that's fine. But I've also been in that. I've been long, and the market shoots down. So you got to be able to deal with both. And when those news events or hit, it's you take you push the exit button, you've lost 20. So
Yeah,
that's not the best thing to have happen. So, but you have to understand that could happen, and you have to have your plan. So
sure.
it eventually works out. But and I just think of the old traders, the floor traders. It was in a circle, and they'd be the number one. The bigger guys are in the middle, and then the smaller guys are on the outside. And the bigger guys make the littler guys take trades. So at the bottom, I'm buying and I'm selling to you, and that's just the way it is. And you have to offload those shares, those trades, and you have to figure it out. And it may not happen that hour, it may not happen today, but you have to do it. So that's trading. You can't. I just always think about that
Sure.
and figure, okay, that's what's going to happen. I have to figure it out. I have to get out of this. Ox is not buying it, so I got to get someone else to come in and buy it. So
That's why, Mighty, sorry, I bet you didn't know, but there's a whole subculture of people that reverse trade you.
I knew it. I knew
Yeah,
it.
that's why.
Crypticon's
I'm
been
doing
telling me
really
that.
well. I swear I'm taking these trades in access, and they work out perfect.
yeah, you get him.
You have yeah. I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
I
if
don't
there was a
even
hedge
trade.
fund that found someone that was just right, they would use it. If I saw everyone was talking about tarot cards. Tarot cards work. I'd use it. I would just be
Yeah,
like, I don't know why it works, but it works. I'm just gonna do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's great. It's a great job. It's exciting. It's different every day.
Yeah, sure.
You actually have to use your brain a little bit. Um,
And it's also like an art.
yeah.
It's
But if you
kind
do
of
it for a little while and you pay attention, and like I think I said, I use sim a lot, and because I didn't want to stay in it when a trade. Let's say I bought it at 30 and it went up and it came right back to 30, and I would get out, and
mm-hmm.
I would see it go to 35 or 40, and I was like, God damn it! I didn't want to do that with real money. You know,
Sure.
I practiced it with fake money, with sim money, figuring out the market and what it does, and when you can get out, when you have to get out, when you can stay in, because
Sure.
it retraces. It just retraces all the time.
I always try to weigh the difference between if I'm wrong and it's going against me and I know I need to get out of the trade.
Right.
And this is something obviously I very much don't suggest anybody that's a beginner trader to do. But based on sort of the rhythm of the market, are my probabilities higher to wait for still get out of the trade? Don't start doing the stupid thing where it starts doing a pullback and it gives you a chance to redeem some of your loss.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people will do that and they'll go, oh look, it's going in my direction, I can't get out now. when
Mhm.
really it's like, no, you just got lucky on an opportunity to lose less. That's what you got. So, but I
Exactly.
just, I'm always wondering statistically, and I haven't tracked it to do anything, but if it's worth when I see that to wait for the pullback to lose less or to get out immediately. It's obviously very, very situational, but
Yeah.
overall, I'm always weighing that idea. Like, should I favor one or the other?
Well, I think what happens is it gives you that pullback, it gives you the chance, and you're like, you're right there. And most people like me would say, okay, now I'm going to stay because I can get my money. It's going to go up. And then of course it doesn't. So the decision you make is if you're wrong, you're wrong, get out. And if it comes back to your level, get out. And it's hard to do. Very hard
It
to
really
do.
is.
That's one
You're
of the
like, well, what
hardest.
did I put all this risk on? I set my stop down here. It's like, the market's changed. It's like, that it's not doing what you expected it to do. And now you're just holding on that hope that maybe it'll work, coming up with all these reasons to back yourself up. It's hard to change that way of thinking. It really is.
Yeah, but it's for me, it's almost 100% of the time you'll know that you're wrong. Like I know I'm wrong, and
Right.
it's how you deal with it. So I just like to sit in a quiet room by myself, and I can deal with it. I don't like sort of any anything really to affect that because it does affect it. I don't know how people do it. When they're trading, like all I trade is ES, and that's it, and that's hard enough. Believe me. So,
Yeah.
alrighty. Well, I've talked enough.
No, I hear you. I was only focused on ES for a while, but now I'm sort of transitioning in my journey right now where I'm relying more on alerts. So
Okay.
now I'm able to trade. First, I started with another market. I tagged oil on to
Mhm.
ES. And then eventually, when that was comfortable, I tagged in NQ. So now it's comfortable trading three markets.
Mhm.
Because I'm not, it doesn't even feel like I'm trading three markets. It feels like I'm trading one market that just sends me the alerts. And that's when I know I have to look at it.
Mhm. That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's also good to trade a non-correlated product. Like today on ES and NQ, I had nothing. Like my system, I had no trades, but oil, I had two great trades.
Yeah,
And
oil moved, gold moved, but the thing with like for oil, I traded for a long time, and I could never ever get it. Because I
right.
always wanted it to reverse, and
Okay.
it would go $2, $3, $4, $5, and I'm like, when are you going to reverse?
I see.
Why aren't you reversing?
I
So
see what
I'm
you're
more of
saying.
the reverse trader
Has to
guy.
go back.
Yeah, it has to. And
Yeah.
$2 or $3 later. So oil and I didn't get along very well. We broke up.
Right.
But that's part of it. You got to figure that out. What you like to do, because that's what
Mhm.
you're going to do.
Mhm.
And if you're in the wrong thing, I think Nasdaq's a little bit like that too. For me,
Yeah.
it just goes and runs. And like
Right.
ES is reversing at the bottom earlier today, and Nasdaq was just rolling. So I would take tons of stops on that. So
Yeah. I think
plus I'm
there's.
lazy. I don't want to learn all this. I don't want to learn anything more. Come on.
The funny thing is, like, there's no right or wrong answer, and that's where a lot of people that come from a academic background struggle,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
like a background where they've had success in other areas of life. Think
Yeah.
they'll come in and work hard and do it, but nope, it's not. It's not how it works.
Yeah. Sure doesn't. But I think that the type of person that does well is someone that has no problem putting on risk, meaning taking the trade and, having the discipline to not be too large or too small. Just do it right, figure it out with your mentor, what you should be trading, and have the discipline to get out when it's not working. And you're going to take losses. It's not always going to work. But I mean, that's what, trading's all about. You got to take the trade and put the risk on, and you either take it off with profit or loss, but you got to take it off. You know, you can't stay in it too long, and you can't either way, right? You can't expect too much on the upside and let it go too much on the downside. Pretty simple, actually, if you think about it.
I always
Simple, but
just
it's
my
not easy.
strategy is there's these candlestick things, and when they go red, sell.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, it's really easy. You start with candlesticks, and you watch
Yeah.
the color.
Yeah.
Sorry to those that have aren't able to see colors.
But higher. I mean, I use higher highs, higher or lower high, lower low. Because for it to go up, it has to make a higher high and then a higher low. If you make a lower high, we're not going up anymore. That's like, we're going the other way. You can short that. It's pretty simple. So the simpler, the easier, and you can see it when it's moving. I don't get too complicated.
So how long did it take for you to get profitable?
Year over year. We don't need to hear about like your first profitable week, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, the first year, 18 months, something like that. But I was trading different things. ES, and I traded the YM, I traded NASDAQ. So I got to the ES, I would say a good year and a half to become like profitable not every day, but every week, every month. There were some bad weeks, but you sort of work those out. So, but a good year and a half, and it just literally, 5 a.m. till 1:30, studying, looking at the market, figuring it out. Because I had all the things I had to get rid of, because I learned all this stuff from all these gurus. And
which was the worst one that you learned from?
It's a bunch of crap.
What burned you the most? With who? You don't have to say their name. Just say a name that rhymes with their name.
It was a guy called Gary Carter who wrote a book. He was worthless. He's still around. There's another gal, I can't remember her name, but she was sort of Chinese gal. She teaches you good stuff, but she was the one that would fake her and pretend she made all this money, all these points, and then she never really did. I'm like, how'd you get 20 points? How'd you stay in it? Oh, I didn't. Naturis was her name. Polly Dampier. She went by Naturis on her. She's probably still around. So I'm giving you the names. Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you the good ones are basically only one, Lob Wedge. You guys ever heard of Lob Wedge?
No.
He's on. He is.
Isn't that the bad guy from Willy Wonka?
Yeah. No, he's a trader, and he is on X. He's on X, so you can look him up. Just pull in Lob Wedge, and he's got 30,000 followers. This guy, unreal. But he's not gonna teach. He's not gonna tell you. You just have to follow. You just focus on his trades, and I learned a lot from him and I figured out what he does and how he trades and what he's looking for, and I would say he's the best of the best. Lob, and he trades a bunch of stuff. I can't do straight. He is one hell. And then he shows you his P&L. So he's like, okay, I'm long, boom, and he had like 300 contracts. Holy fuck! And you can see it, right? It's right there. Not faked. So he's trading size as well. That's the other thing. In this business, you got to learn how to put size on to make money. Otherwise, what's the point, right? So it takes a while.
That's what people want to do the first day.
Yeah, of course, because it's going to work.
They're like, let me just skip that because I got a good trade once.
Yeah,
I'm a big boy. I know what I'm doing.
What advice would you have for someone who's like just starting to see profitability and they're just starting to get like, base hits.
Yeah, base hits are good. I would just say keep focusing on not losing. You know, making sure that every trade is not a loser, which means you have to focus on your entry. You have to really think about it. You know, you can't just jump in. You have to wait until that hits, that hits, that hits. Okay, there's my. And that'll minimize your losses. That's the name of the game. You just cut those things, and the upside takes care of itself. But that takes a lot of time.
Right.
You know, and then they got to learn to size. You know, you got to learn what trades really work, and then, you know, whatever your normal size is, you got to double it or triple it. You know, because that's going to be your trade, and you know it's going to go, and you can make some money there. Which, but then you have to do it in a way where it's not going to, you know, put you on tilt.
Right. That's what I was just gonna say. Exactly.
Yeah, most people go on tilt because they make money, because they're not used to it, because it never happens. So
high, low, lows, man. You gotta stay centered like it's just a machine.
Well, also, like, let's say you have a strategy that works and you're trading 2 micros. Most traders will go to like a few minis right off the bat because they say it's working, or they'll like go to like 8 micros or something. That's not how you size up.
Right. So they have to have that. Yeah. I mean, you know, I had the trade where I told you guys I made 10 grand or so, and I was all super happy, and I went right back and just lost it all. And you know, you've already told everyone you've made that money, dinner, and you know, then you lose it all. I mean, it's worse. It's like, so, you know, you don't have to trade all day every day. You need to balance. You need to know when to trade, when not to trade. You know, pre-market, unless there's a news event, I never trade. You know, like this is I'm rare at this because there's just no market. There's no volume and there's nobody trading, so it's not going to move. And
Mighty might make it move a bit.
What's that?
Said Mighty might make it move a bit if he goes in full size.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever gone in full size with anything.
But you tend to get stuck.
This is going to be a deeper coaching session. Tell us, why don't you come lie down on the couch over here, Mighty, and tell us about your life.
Oh, you don't want me to start with that.
Well, don't ask him those things. Oh boy. So I don't know if that helps. I don't know what you guys tell people, but
no, it's interesting. We definitely, the biggest thing for us is just trying to get people to reduce their size on their own, be under control of their size and their risk. That's one thing they get in a trade not even thinking about their risk. And if they're thinking about their risk, they're thinking, I have this daily loss limit and it's like a safety stop. But it really needs to be an emergency stop and not you need to be in control of your risk where you don't hit that as like a backstop and you're just pushing it so hard that you're going to run into it. You need to treat it like, I mean, obviously with our accounts, we give you exactly what you want. We're not going to be like, well, we don't think you traded well enough, so now you don't get to progress. That's not how our system works. But I want people to think of it as money. You're working for something like imagine if you were working for a bank and they said, here's your risk allotment for your day. Like, do not go and hit this or go over it. That's how you need to think about it. It's like, no. When you're getting, you need to plan so you're nowhere near hitting that. The only reason you should hit that is if you forgot there was a news event and you held into it or something crazy happens. That's what that's for. And a lot of people are treating their daily loss like it's a wall to hit. Like, let me just keep trading like a crazy person until either I make a bunch of money or that wall gets hit. And to your point, just not losing money is impressive for a trader. If someone could just tread water and not, then that's something you can work on. That you can improve their edge, you can increase their size, but you can't do anything with someone that is risking any random day is risking everything. There's nowhere to take that. That has to be solved, or I just tell them, like, just, you have two choices right now. You can just walk away from this, like, don't even bother moving forward, just go, or Except that you're going to have to solve this problem first before anything else now, because you've picked up a lot of bad habits.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard for people to hear because they're like, well, I really want to be trading 7 minis. That's who I am. I'm best with 7 minis. And it's like, come on. It's like you've been using your Mr. 7 mini man for the last year, but how's that going?
Yeah, one thing I do is I start the day and every day with a small amount. I trade, the ES, but I'll start, and then if that first trade works, then I'll size up, and then if that one works, I'll size up. So I'll do maybe three or four trades to get to max size, and then if I take a stop, I'll size the next one down. So it could be 2 up, 1 down, 2 up, 1 down, but I'll get there. And I just focus on not. I don't even want to lose 1 tick. I don't want to lose anything. Sometimes I cut it short and it goes, but I can just get back in. I just, I don't want to get stuck, and I don't want to lose, because that's the worst.
Yeah,
it's the worst. And you see all these traders that they add and they add and they add, and now they're sideways.
All or nothing.
They got so much money and they're down. It's like, oh my God. And
a lot of people will just sit there adding in the middle, in the center of everything. They're just averaging into the same position.
Right. There's no that to
and
me
it's going
is
sideways, and it's just a random flip. There's no like clarity in the market that it's going to move in the direction, or it started to move. It's literally just wavering to the side.
So you're better off.
But they want to.
Yeah. You're just better off with the smaller amount, and if it doesn't work right away, get out. Just get out and reset. Look for another one. Look for your next, whatever you're looking at, whatever you're doing. Everyone's different. So.
Yeah. No, it's so true. You can't just bring someone in and tell them this is how you should trade, specifically the strategy. You have to let them.
Everyone's different, but everyone hears all these stories, or they've made a call and the market's done what they've said. So all of a sudden now they're the guy, they're the woman. So it's like it doesn't work that way. Because you got to be able to be in. First of all, take the trade, have it work out, stay in it, not stop out. Not take that profit too early. I mean, those are 5 or 6 tough things to do right there.
It's so true. Yeah, it's but it's all just, I'm gonna get my Lambo money here.
Right. And then then you get the guy.
Oh, I'm gonna be so good. I just have to make 5% of my account every day indefinitely.
Right.
And then I'll be a trillionaire within a few months.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ready. What else? Anything else? You guys have a big shop there? How many traders you guys have?
Got a lot.
Yeah.
Got a lot. Yeah.
You guys pretty new shop, or and I don't follow any of the shops. I don't.
Well, newer, I guess. But now I wouldn't say we're one of the new ones anymore.
Okay. So you're figuring it out.
We're growing really fast. So
nice.
We're doubling probably every month.
Wow.
And yeah.
So you got 2 people.
No, we've got
You doubled. You started with Ox. And
no, I'm developer first. Like I've been gonna lead dev.
You're the smart guy.
Something.
Yeah.
Well, it's just I rather than try to overhire, I lean on tech where I can, but we've always our biggest foundation is just really, really good customer support, and try to just be empathetic with the traders, and I think we do a good job with that. But it's just trading's tough enough,
Yeah.
If you're having a bad day, we get it. Of course, some people are just over the top, but most people are reasonable people that just appreciate you attending to them and listening to what's going on, and being reasonable if there really is an error on the system side.
Right.
But it's been a journey, man. It's exciting. I think we're keeping ourselves focused on the way we do things, which is different than most. Because we don't just keep you in a live sim forever. It's very, very short period of time before, and then we move you just enough to mitigate, people that YOLO into accounts moved into a brokerage immediately.
What brokers do you guys use?
We've got
Is it live accounts
Sweet.
with brokers?
Yeah, we've got Tradovate / NinjaTrader. They're the same company now. As
Yeah.
one brokerage if you want the Tradovate stuff, and then we've got Sweets Futures on the rhythmic side, and then there's going to be another one coming up here on the rhythmic side.
Okay.
But yeah,
Ooh,
we move you in pretty quickly.
More
Yeah, you got a little
information
bit of
coming
early
out
news
there. Well, so that the
Good
4
stuff
people
coming.
that are still watching.
Yeah, this is breaking. Everyone's it's gonna be like thousands of people in here in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just focused on.
So do you guys have risks? Like, it's like if you have one of your traders and they're on Tradovate through your system, but it's your system, right?
Yeah,
So
well, it's Tradovate that we pay them to have accounts over there. There's nothing about it that I mean, we manage all the users, we manage the account sizes, all that kind of stuff. We have a administrative.
can you
access
see
to.
them? Can you see them trading while they're trading?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So you have that.
It
You're the
it pretty much,
administrator.
if you can imagine, it looks just rhythmic and Tradovate.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of administrative functions we can run,
Okay.
obviously, but
So
it
you
pretty
got
much
all that.
looks like those platforms, except
Yeah.
for I see the thousands of traders in there. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah,
So
they actually scale
can
pretty well.
you can do it. Well, maybe you don't want to, but some oversight to
Yeah.
if they're
So
getting
we
close
do
to that
it.
number,
hmm
cut. You're out.
Oh, you mean to losing? It's just it's one of those things where when they
Yeah, just
pass and
take
they're
them out
moving
of
to
the
the
platform.
brokerage, we
Yeah.
could, but you can imagine that conversation of how many times people be like, "I can't believe you cut it right before it ripped, and that was you, not me." So you have to have
Well,
some sort of relationship, and it's trader to trader. Some traders are
right.
like, right when they get in there, we're like, "Hey, let's set a daily stop limit. Let's have a call. Let's figure out what's best for you. We can
Right.
set any of the risk parameters, and you can't change them," which is
Right.
amazing for a lot of traders because they can have risk parameters, but they'll keep giving themselves more room all day.
Yeah.
But with us, we can lock it in, and you have to
Yeah.
ask us to move it, and we're probably not going to do it for you until the next day at least.
Right.
But actually cutting a trade, that gets a little harder just based on the relationship that we have. You know what I mean? It's sort of like this guaranteed path to get your brokerage account.
Right.
You don't want to feel like you're, and you can make a bad decision. The risk manager can make a bad decision. So I prefer to just all up front, like hopefully they're opting into it because they've been struggling. Most people are struggling, even if they make it to the brokerage, they're not necessarily in a good spot. They're just sort of like doing a little better than normal. So, some people work with us and they'll set a small daily loss limit and be like, look, this just holds you off to the next day. And some people are like, nope, no daily loss limit. And then I would say 90% of the time someone tells me that, I'm like, okay, they're either going to lose it today or tomorrow. No one, it's literally telling me, I'm like, hey, I can make it so there's no way you could lose this account one day. And they're like, nah, that's okay. I'll take my risk. And it's like, okay, you don't pay attention to risk at all. If you can't give me any number, you know what I mean? So you literally are just ready to risk the entire thing in one day. Then that's not good. But you just let them do it, and that's what they paid to get through to get. So it's stressful. It's a lot of the same people you've been talking to that don't want to listen. There's a lot of people that do want to listen to, but sometimes they don't have the aggression in them. They sort of don't have that know when to strike. They're ready to punch mentality. So they miss the things they should be taking, even though they see it and they logically think about it. Then there's of course the people that are overly aggressive and they'll take any trade they can, and they always have to be in a trade. Yeah, I see the whole spectrum, that's for sure. And then from an eval stage, I'm not really looking at individuals because there's just too much to monitor. It's all just statistical or programmatic to handle that. Yeah, we only really start paying attention when you get close to getting towards the brokerage. Then we keep an eye on some of them people and look back at their old trades and try to see, oh, maybe we got a winner here, and we might be add extra pressure to be like, let's just chat, because not a lot of traders have someone that understands both the markets, the prop experience, and they're on the other side where I can help control them.
Mhm.
You know.
That's great.
So
You guys
hopefully,
do-
hopefully as time goes by, we can really fill up our brokerage with really good traders. You know, it's the props never really been like this in the past, and I think there's a really good opportunity here to cast a wide net and help
Well, I
traders
mean,
get better at what they do.
yeah, you guys are like a traditional, prop firm.
Right.
You had to,
Hmm.
show your trades, audited trades, audited account statements 2 years if you want to trade, or you have to be, one of those guys out of, Harvard or something, and go to Wall Street. That's where they're all at.
Yeah. Right. I
But,
wish it was. It would be interesting to be able to actually do full interviews and have people on site for a week. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
get people that have never traded, and that's something we might do eventually. Is recruit. And I'd prefer to recruit maybe sports people that are intelligent and they're done with sports out of college, but they're really coachable.
exactly. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like sport. I mean, I played
Mm-hmm.
played soccer, lacrosse, ski, all kinds of biking, and it's team. You have to have a coach. You have to learn. You have to know your role, know what you can do. You know, you're the guy. We play every week, and I tell these, we don't pay you to pass the ball, dude. You're the shooter. I'll pass it.
Yeah, exactly. When
You
it's time to
shoot
shoot,
it,
you got to
and
shoot.
we're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not going to shoot. I'm going to pass. You shoot. Simple stuff. All right. Well, you guys have been great. I'm gonna pop off because
Yeah, it's nice chatting with you.
I've done enough chatting. But nice to talk to both you guys and the rest of the guys. And
All right, man. Have a good night.
thank you guys.
Take care.
Night.
See you, J-Man.
See ya.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't expect to do a nightly video show tonight, but here we are.
Yeah, it was fun.
Well, I feel like it's just the people in Discord or on the YouTube.
Wait, you're not broadcasting this on FM radio?
Start a podcast.
There you go.
Yeah, let's get a contract with Sirius.
Here we go.
We
Do
can be
we,
bigger than Joe Rogan.
as long as Trade Sage doesn't come in here, I'm cool. He left. I wasn't being serious.
Yeah, for anyone
all.
listening, Josh is a huge troll, so almost
Yeah,
anything
sorry
you
about
hear
that.
is just a joke.
I don't think I could take the stress without joking all the
The
time.
poor guy just left. Come back, bro.
You're welcome, Kim. Kim, it's too bad you don't have a mic. We could do a little free coaching session.
Yeah. I told her she needs to get a mic and Tio needs to get a better mic.
Yeah, so your comment about selling mics on your story, you should totally do that. I like your mouse pad. The trend one. It's a good one.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping to come up with a couple other things that's
Yes,
just not my logo, but
Hey, how's it going?
one thing.
Oh, there it goes.
Have you come for coaching?
I'm
You
back.
just keep coming back. Hi, this is Tom.
Yeah, and then I gotta bird disguise every time.
Yeah.
I meant to ask you earlier for that almanac that you had to predict the future. Did you get a casino
Yeah.
from that? By casino?
That'd be great.
So how were your trades today, Mighty?
Oh, I got chopped up this morning.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. And then I trade the rest of the day until Asia. I had it.
Do you tend to trade Asia when you struggle to trade the day?
No, I
Or
just
there's no pattern there.
I
Okay.
just I schedule streams for 2 Asia sessions a week, Mondays and Wednesdays. So I just do that because I know there's some people that can't make the morning streams that still want to be part of the community. So
Mm-hmm.
I schedule two a week. I used to do 5 morning and 5 evening streams a week. That was a bit exhausting.
How's it going?
Hello, John. Have you come
Have
for
you?
the free coaching? We've been holding the sign up for
I
a while.
just come to check out, see what you guys were into. Is
Just
this the
chatting.
first one that y'all have done?
Yeah, impromptu.
Yeah, John completely is a complete 100% algo trader with an algo that he wrote himself in Excel.
Ooh, Excel and Sierra charts, or
Nope,
just straight
just
Excel?
Excel, and it executes off R Trader Pro of all platforms.
Oh, I know they have the Excel dump, right? So it'll like keep writing to an Excel file. John, let's hear about it. John, take the floor. Tell us
And
about your
nothing,
algo.
nothing too crazy. I used to call it a trend trading, but after I've thought about it longer, it's really a breakout that looks for a trend to start.
How do you measure trend? I mean, I know people are afraid to give things away, but obviously execution's everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just based off of price, essentially. There's a bunch of different ways to model it. I don't know if you guys have heard of the turtle traders or whatever, but
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
Yep.
familiar.
yeah, it's basically just price based, just price based trading for breakouts of where price, like if price is in a range and it breaks out of the range, essentially without going into too much detail, but it's just looking for a breakout, and then it stays in as long as it continues trending higher, and it has kind of like, it's not, I don't use stop losses. It's very market dependent on what the market is doing, but it kind of follows like a stop loss would, essentially, but you can get these very long runs if it starts to trend.
That's interesting. So, how hands-on is it as an execution? How are you like starting and stopping it when it's correct to use, or do you always
No,
run it all day?
I'm actually turning everything on right now. It takes me about, I have 4 funded Apex accounts and 1 funded UProfit and 1 um, Topstep Eval, and then I have a personal account. Probably takes me like 5 minutes.
Did you say you were signing up for Blue Sky Eval today?
I'm definitely looking into it. We'll see.
All right.
We'll see. I know Ox has been educating us all on everything that you guys are doing over there.
Do
Some good.
you have you made sure that all the prop firms you're trading with allow algorithmic trading?
So far, I've gotten payouts from
Okay.
all except for Apex. Um,
I don't
my
think they allow it, but they're probably not going to know it.
Yeah,
But
they're probably not going to
just
be
for the
able to
record,
tell.
we're okay with it.
Yeah, they're probably not going to be able to tell. I'm hoping with Apex. My systems, I'm not like making millions of dollars or anything.
Hmm.
Mine's very a precise science type thing. I take a very like black and white approach to trading. It's essentially, I took 5 years of back testing on on different time frames, not just day trading time frames, but also day charts, and I just follow what the back test does and build a trading strategy around it, and then build it in Excel to execute. But I'm not making tons of money. I'm basically trading 1 MES per $1,000 of drawdown. So the
Hmm.
trades are real low. Uh, like my Apex accounts, I'm only up like a few thousand in each account. So, and I've been trading those for a year now. So it's it doesn't take a lot of time. Like I work during the day and I don't even look at it until I get home. So it's very hands off. I've done all the work on the front end of coding them, but I'm not getting rich off of it for sure. But it's profitable, and I'm been able to take multiple withdrawals from it, and put it in
So
a
where do
personal
you
account.
think where do you think it's ineffective?
I think my biggest problem is really just scaling, having more in drawdown, and that's why I opened a personal account um, that doesn't have trailing or doesn't have a daily drawdown. Because a big part of the scaling with the daily drawdowns is even if I build the account up, my
The ones that
model.
continue them through.
Yeah, the daily
Right,
loss
yeah,
limits
like the
that
ones
never
that
go
continue
away.
Right.
Yeah. So that's been like the problem, I guess, for me. So moving into a personal account with profits where as I make more money, I can risk more per day. Cause like I said, everything is like everything's quantified to the, very T. I've not blown up any funded accounts ever. I've only taken withdrawals and closed accounts because I've took, too much money out of them or something. But, I'm not saying that, like I said, I think I made like $3,000 last year. Yeah, 3 or 4 grand, something like that last year. So like I said, I'm not saying the previous stuff to like, boast or anything. I'm just giving context of like, I'm not by no means $1 million trader or anything,
Jeez,
but
dude, cool your ego. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
right. Yeah. But I'm just being real as far as like,
yeah.
I'm
No,
not,
that's
I'm
good.
not making millions or anything out here, but I'm definitely
Right.
doing something that works, and I'm a
That's
consistently
great.
profitable trader.
And you don't take
Um,
any like interactive discretionary trades. You're purely just
no.
it's all executed automatically. And so you use
Yeah. And
Excel. Did you say you're parsing the Excel yourself and executing, or is that that's how something on our trader works?
Our Trader Pro has a option to where you can open a linked spreadsheet, and it has an order form in Excel, so you can do if then statements, or you can do anything in Excel you want basically at this point. And
Interesting.
when the values hit whatever values you're wanting, then it'll send execution through our trader.
Right.
And I even built a trading platform within Excel itself too, but I don't really use it because I don't.
That's funny. Do you like flip the text on a cell to like buy and then it process it like a queue?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it works. So you have like, let me see if I can. Let's see, pull this up. So yeah, so the order sheet, it'll have like buy, sell, quantity, symbol, exchange. And so like, for example, right now I have buy or sell. It says disabled because it doesn't trade overnight. So whenever the criteria is hit for the buy and sell, I only do buying right now. I don't short sell or anything, but and I trade MES and ES depending on the account size that I'm trading, whether it's proper personal. But yeah, it'll just like disable when the criteria is not there, and then when it is, it'll just say buy. And then you can do it for time, time of the day. You can do it for your setup. You can do it for, you know, the sky's the limit really on how you set it up. But it is,
Right.
um, completely off hands. But just, I'm in the process of working overtime and also taking withdrawals and trying to get more prop firms and building up a personal account to grow it really. Because
Well, I'll tell you what, if you buy one of our statics, and I'm not trying to make this an advertisement at all, but
no, I mean, I'm open to it. Let's hear it.
yeah, one of our static accounts right now, we're launching a promotion tonight that'll be for anybody who finishes their eval this month or starts their eval this month. If you pass with somewhere under 25% consistency, which would work for you if you're not doing big size to pass, you know what I mean? And it would be
Yeah, I
static
would
drawdown
say,
with no daily loss limit. If you do that,
yeah,
then when you get to the brokerage, we'll give you back that money for the eval.
yeah, with the evals, I trade a lot bigger because it's not, it's not feasible for me to take that long and pay the monthly subscription. So I usually wait for the A plus setups.
Mhm.
And really it has to do with like I don't know if you're familiar with like pot odds. I know it's used a lot if you're like playing poker and stuff, but I
Mhm.
basically just wait for the pot odds to be drastically in my favor and then I trade a much bigger size, but
No. How
past the
are you? So you're still are subjectively basing your size on what you're seeing in the market. Your
well
size
it's
is a
I have a math model for it. It's
oh, okay.
yeah,
How,
everything like
is
everything
the
I do
model
is
based on hypotheses or is it based on back
it's
testing?
based on back tests.
Okay.
Yeah, it's based on back test and also um I don't know if you've heard of the Kelly criterion.
No.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
It's basically so there's this guy that he was a professional blackjack player, and then after the casinos run him out, he turned to trading and was a run a multi-million-dollar fund. I think his last name's Thorpe. I think it might be Ed Thorpe or Edward Thorpe or something like that. Um, he wrote a book on how to beat the or it's like beat the dealer or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, um, they used a version of the Kelly criterion, which solves for your optimum position sizing based on your probability of profit and based on your so it's probability for the trade and it's your payout, like your risk to reward ratio, and that'll tell you exactly the maximum position sizing you should use for optimizing your returns. And if you go
Mm.
over that number, you'll blow your account up. It's like risk of ruin kind of thing. So
Right. Sure.
if you look at it, if you look at it at the extremes, so and this is an extreme example, but this works for anything. Say you have a win rate of 99%. This is like I said, this is extreme, but there's that 1%, and after enough occurrences, the law of large numbers, that 1% will happen. And if you're betting 100% of your money, will you go bust? So that works at every percent range and at every risk to reward range. So the Kelly criterion basically tells you your max position sizing. Actually, for members that signed up for Ox, I actually made a free journaling thing.
Mm-hmm.
I told him just to give it out to people that are members of
What do you do when you're not trading?
uh,
He has a
When you're not
band.
well,
trading?
He has a band. He has
yeah,
music on YouTube.
yeah.
Okay.
So I work, play basketball, and my wife and I have a band.
What's with the work?
I'm a utility line locator.
Utility lawn?
Utility line like fiber optic lines in the ground,
Oh,
stuff
so
like that.
you look for the lines and you like mark them?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's totally different than um it's totally different than what you would think. Like I'm very mathematical based, but I hate being in the office. And
Mm.
I found something that pays decent that allows me to be outside essentially.
All right. Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, I was big math student in
You've
school.
got programmer mind, so
It also
Yeah,
allows
and
him.
write, I write code in Thinkorswim and stuff with the
mhm.
Think script, and that's where I do all my back testing.
It also
And
that job also allows him to go out to his truck every now and then, log into my stream and ask me where ES is at.
I thought you were gonna say just go into his truck and turn up the music and just blast BTS. No, I guess
yeah,
that wasn't it. Not, yeah, that's not what
sure.
it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that is a good thing. I mean, job's very flexible. I work by myself for the most part, and I turn on Mighty Ox, and I might not be that active in the chat, but I'm usually always listening. Um, I like to be more. I'd like to be more involved. Here. And so I figured, hey, you guys are having a conversation. I can, sit down for a few minutes, talk to you guys.
Hey, message me after this. I always have ideas, and I think you overlap with some of those things. So
Okay.
yeah,
For sure.
send me a message.
Just remember, if he convinces you to sign up, use my link.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know.
Right. Heck yeah. You're pimping Blue Sky more than me.
So what? So tell me more about Blue Sky, and tell me like what you
Yeah, I mean,
guys
it's
are
just
about,
from the start.
all that.
We, you know, the few of us had done all the prop firms, the other ones, and they thought they had a split. The guys that started it thought they had a place where they could make a prop firm as well, based on all these other ones. This was like a year and a half, 2 years ago, and then I somehow ran into them on Discord, and you know, I ended up calling one of the guys that started it. And I'm like, I'm just interested to find out about prop firms and how they sort of work behind the scenes, and like, and then come to find out they were like 15 minutes away from my house. Like that's where the office was, which was
Oh
weird as
wow,
hell.
that's a
Very
big
obscure.
world of the internet down the road.
Yeah, like literally really close. And so I'm like, let me just come by. And then I swung by and I kind of, talked to them in person, and they all didn't want to do the sim account thing. And they were more aggressive in the beginning. That used to be just straight up static accounts right into a brokerage. And it was like, yeah, it was crazy easy. And it just wasn't, it hit hard pretty quick. You charge a small amount, so people aren't risking very
And
much and basically YOLOing to pass, and you're taking that risk on. It doesn't work out in the long run. But when I talk to them and stuff like that, we basically, I was like, let me do all the tech, handle all the tech, and really streamline that, and we'll be able to keep the number of employees down because I'll automate whatever I can.
hey,
Yeah,
yeah,
and it just worked out.
listen, I hear you there on the automation stuff. Like it
Mm-hmm.
saves so much time.
Sure
And,
does.
I mean, coding and it's the way. I guess. I mean, it's just the way things are
Mm-hmm.
now, and um, yeah, it's very I'm self-taught in the coding aspect, and what I do on ThinkScript, and I've started to dabble in some of the other stuff, um, like Python, and you know it's like creating my own databases of like what does what, like if I'm trying to do a time-based thing, then it's this. But
Yeah,
yeah, there's like
sure.
large gaps of stuff where I don't really know, but it's like it's one of those things where you put all the work in on the front end, and you spend
Mm-hmm.
hours and hours and hours putting it together, but then it saves you all this time down the road. Like you get all that time back plus some.
Sure.
Because I used to do all my back testing and things by hand, and
How are you
in a
doing your back
notebook.
testing?
Thinkorswim, yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, they have I can't remember what ThinkScript is based off of. It's based off of regular coding, but they use they use like some simple terms too.
Right. You ever use
That's
Chat
like
GPT for that now?
no,
You
I
know
mean
about
I
that? You can
pretty
pretty
much know
much
how
go
to.
in there. Yeah, I know. If you want to made it faster though, sometimes if you just forget the subtleties, you could just go in there and say,
Oh
make me a
yeah,
thinkorswim indicator that X, Y, and Z, and get a little bit of a
yeah.
sample.
ChatGPT is a great resource. I haven't used it a whole lot. Um, for ThinkScript or anything, but you know, I think that a lot of people when they get into trading and stuff, um, I think that they're looking for something that's going to make them like extraordinarily rich very quickly, and
Very easy, no stress, works every time.
yeah, and
Hmm.
and I think that there's definitely there's people out there. We've seen the you know top two or three traders that, whether it be luck or skill or whatever, be able to do those kinds of numbers. But people see those and like the top trader payouts or whatever, and that's their expectation. And in reality, it's like, well, there's always going to be outliers. Being a math person, like, there's always going to be outliers in math, whether it's randomness, luck, or maybe they are just that skilled, and they're just way more skilled than we. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if you look at sport, there's there's freaking natures that they're just better than everybody else. You're going to have those, but I do think that if people take more of a scientific approach to trading, like I've done, it's nothing to make a few extra $1,000 a year. I mean, um, if you back test something for 5 years and it works, and you take I mean, if you don't even do a calculation of your drawdown, you just look what the max drawdown has been based on one account over the last 5 years, and just use a metric like that. That's super simple. I mean, you can make some money. I mean, one of the things is don't use too many variables. You don't want to overfit the data. And the way to keep from that is having a large sample size and having very few entry and exit variables for your triggers. And I made several models
Mm-hmm.
that are profitable. There's I only trade the one because it's like the best one, so I'm just like staying with that. But I've seen a lot of traders, they actually have profitable strategy. I would say that most traders that I come across online, that some of them are vague or discretionary based, but a lot of the ones that have like um even some RSI strategies, some MACD strategies, some moving average strategies, a lot of these strategies actually do work. Now they're not like massive, winning strategies or anything, but a lot of them work. They're just position sizing is too big. Um, and I would say that's probably the number one reason
It's
people
so true, man. It's so
yeah.
hard to watch. Yeah, I mean, we got the new
Yeah.
static account, and there's a lot of people like, oh, thank God, I didn't know that I could just trade smaller size and do this well. And it's like I'm not as stressed out anymore. Like, they're saying all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's like widen your stop a little bit, reduce your size, stop trying to like over trade, wait for it to get to your area, just some basic stuff, and it's been
Yeah,
great.
stay with your
But
strategy, don't deviate
mm-hmm,
from it. That was one of
yep,
the reasons why I went algo, is because I don't have to worry if the computer's not going to take a trade it should. It's like,
yeah,
um, when you're sitting there and there's money on the line, or regardless if it's an
hard
actual account or sim, it's still, I mean, it still is emotional to some degree of like be able to be disciplined to do what your plan is. I think
for
it's
sure.
super hard, especially if your size is way too big. If you're stressed about a trade, then that's only going to make you more likely to deviate from your plan.
Yeah, it's people need that confidence from back testing or something. You like to rely on your statistics, which is what people should be relying on. And you're deep into that down to the programming level, which is awesome. Um,
Yeah,
but
it
people
takes
need
like
to be
all
able to
of
be under stress, getting shot at essentially, and
yeah,
do the thing that they
and
believe in.
yeah, for sure. I think, like you said, the back testing gives a great deal of it's. I mean, I don't like to say certainty. It's not certainty, but it it feels more like, when like if you're playing, I don't know if you guys play sports or anything, but like, I play basketball a lot, and if I'm about to do a men's league, and if we just go out there and just play, it's a lot different than going out there with a game plan of, are we going to have some plays, or how are we going to play our defense. It's not
Yeah.
certain that we're winning the game, but it's a lot better chance, and you're more confident when you have a plan, when you're going out there
Hmm.
and play. And so much of the market is, in my, and this some of this is going to be my opinion of like because I guess even though you can be mathematical, you have to have some kind of framework that you start with that's like some kind of ideological thing that you have to kind of start with to that I guess is discretionary to start with, and then you build your models and everything off of that. And it becomes very mathematical and technical after that fact, but it kind of starts with like I guess kind of core beliefs of like how you think things work and some sort of thing. But when you listen to the news or sports or not sports, well, yeah, sports, but when you listen to financial news and they're giving their predictions of what's going to happen in the future. But if you think about it like a basketball game, it's like Steph Curry is not thinking about he thinks this is going to happen in the third quarter with 2 minutes left. He's not thinking what's happening then. He's not worried about that. He's just playing with a certain, um, you know, uh, I guess, how do you say?
Intuition.
Yeah, he's playing with if he's open in the corner, he's going to take the shot, or like some kind of plan, or I guess it's like fundamentals of the game, like you're playing the game moment by moment.
He's in the
And so I
moment and
think
not
that
he's in the moment, not worried about what's going to happen next quarter. He's just playing in the moment. I think is what you're trying to say.
yeah, and I think that's a lot about with trading is you can't really you're not saying I think this is going to happen next quarter or the price is going to go here. You just take the trade based on your probabilities and based on your research that you've done and the strategy you've done. You're taking um, that research at that moment and making a decision in the moment of whether I need to pass in the corner, or I need to take a shot, or I need to drive in the lane and kick the ball out, or whatever sports reference you want to use there. But you're just taking the market as it comes. And I think a lot of people get too caught up on predicting, and it's not about predicting. It's about having that game plan, having that back test, having the ability to execute on your plan, and have enough confidence to do that. And I think that even when it comes to when I first started the algo trading stuff, is you still have to turn it on every day. And when I first started, it can be very hard just to turn it on every day. Um, and that's something that eventually got over, and I just turn it on every day, and it's not a big deal anymore. But at the beginning, it was so much of, oh, I made X amount of dollars already, and then like for me, I always like try to play things safe anyway. So it's like, oh, I had my biggest day ever. I made few $100s at the time. It's like, oh, now tomorrow I'm not, I don't want to turn the machine on because I don't want to lose what I just made. So there's still like psychological things that you kind of battle, even doing the least psychological based trading you can do is just turn the damn thing on every day.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question about your systems. Do you have like a power UPS at home?
uh, can you
He's
explain
saying
what you
like
mean?
emergency kill
Well,
switch.
yeah, like
No,
if
no,
your
no, no, no.
if
To
your
check your
like
stuff.
if your power goes out, John, do you have
Yeah,
anything like
exactly.
any backups in case your power would go out or something like that?
So I can log in as far as my personal account, I can log in from my phone um, and manage the account. But my all of my I run VPSs, virtual private servers.
Hmm.
Um, so their internet connection and power is up like 99% of the time. So I don't really have to worry about power going out or loss of internet connection or any of those things because of the stability of the servers that
Oh,
I pay for.
you're using a service and you're hosted up there.
Yeah, it's like a
Ah, okay.
cloud-based virtual
Right.
server thing. Yeah, yeah. So I use that mainly just because in the beginning when you're testing all this stuff out, you lose internet for a second, and then Rhythmic closes down, or power blips and your machine cuts off, and you were in a
Hmm.
trade. and that was a good thing about the prop firms too, starting in the space, is that you can mess up an eval and it's not a personal account and you're not out whatever that would have been in real dollars. So
Mm.
there's, props are very good for that, is especially in the testing phase of, it was quite a long testing phase of trying to have a different computer that ran all the time, and then my internet here at the house isn't always as stable as I would like it to be, and then
Mm-hmm.
you find out, oh, let me use a VPS, and then um, there's a lot of risks involved with all of this. You can't really eliminate them all, but yeah, I found that using a VPS has been the best bet, and then I can also log into that from my phone as well and check it. And I usually do check things on lunch, like on my lunch break. I'll log in, just check, make sure. Okay, did it open a trade? Did it close? And here recently, I actually had a situation where um, it bought three MES contracts. It was supposed to sell them. It didn't sell them, and then it triggered another buy and bought three more. So I was long 6 MES, and thankfully we had a rally day. But even though I made money, I was still like, oh, this is like it, like the spreadsheet said that it rejected my sell order. And I was like, well, why did my sell order get rejected? And I looked in my prop, I looked in my personal accounts, and every account it was rejected. So I was like, okay, so this is something weird that now I have to account for in my spreadsheets for the execution. If rejected, submit another order or something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, 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 yeah.
There's constant little things that you can't account for,
Mm-hmm.
but through the trial and error, you come to realize, okay, um, I have to account for this, and there is, like, eventually, once I raise enough money, you know, watching it is important just from a risk perspective of something not working, more than it is of an execution problem. Well, more than it is of like me needing to do something, just making sure that it's
Right.
running the way it's supposed to.
And I think you've done it in a good way because there's 55 different things that can go wrong. That could be your, connection, fire, internet. So it's good that you're using a service like that because you never know what could happen. 55 different things might happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's an endless possibility of outcomes for sure. And as a math person, I think that's what keeps me up at night, is the endless possibility of things going wrong.
For sure.
Who all is in this chat? I see some names that I don't.
Huh.
Is some people in here that's going by different names than maybe they do normally, or
Uh,
who was
Tara,
talking earlier?
we had Ecom Jake that was in here earlier, and we had Contra that was talking a bit, and Tio was talking a bit.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen Tarish Trader in a long time. He's in here. He's muted. J Dub's muted.
Talked to him quite a bit.
What's going on, Ox?
Hey, how you doing?
Doris
been?
is showed me few, basically like rate. He found me as a baby futures trader and taught me about the markets. I owe him that.
Oh wow, it's
That's
awesome.
coming
That's why
from
he's so screwed up.
yeah, that's all the bad things I learned. No, before that it was all equities and Ross Cameron, the warrior trader guy, and
Oh
that was
yeah,
the bad habits. So it's all been working backwards from there. But I never knew how to look at markets correctly, and moving into futures was definitely nice because I was used to doing just like straight level two reading, and time on sales, and pretty much that's it. A little bit of use of charts, just to know the numbers to look for on the level too. You
And
kind of
what's
have a
wrong with
memory
that?
for it. There's just like there's like only the worst traders do that.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah.
I'm jokingly saying that because Dan here, who's talking with me, he he's got the whatever that is to be able to do that. He'll have 4 or 5 DOMs open and he'll be looking for correlations. I guess it's sort of like Canadian futures trader in a way.
Mm, yeah, but he's
But
more
like yeah, you'll be sitting there and it'll be going 55 miles per hour on the charts on the DOM, and then you'll get in at freaking 55. You'll lose 55, and
Do any of you trade anything other than futures?
I used to. I know all the whole world of small cap equities and looking for overnight gaps and trying to ride just that raw order reading skill on those crazy like 400% days. That was my world. And then I tiptoed into like the larger cap stuff that moved a lot slower. But for the most part, it was the stuff under $10.
Yeah, I was thinking
And
about every time I think about getting into back into stocks,
mm-hmm.
um, I'm like, well, I guess the leverage of futures, if you have an advantage, then you can maximize your advantage with that leverage, which I like to call it capital efficiency versus leverage, because leverage has kind of got the negative connotation with it. But um, I like the capital efficiency of futures, and so every now and then I'll see like stocks that fly high and stuff, and I'll put my model on it and be like, yeah, I could have done pretty well here, but then it's the capital efficiency of stocks is just not any. I mean, you can get
Yeah, futures
margin.
are amazingly leveraged, and if you're trading your own account, you can get that futures benefit,
Yeah, so
on
like every time I
taxes.
think about
Man, it'd be nice if those
yeah,
prop
every
firms
time I
that gave
think
you
about
those
doing
taxes.
I'm trying to figure out what earn to trade
yeah,
did. I still don't know. 2 accountants told me that's not possible unless you like it would be like a crazy hassle because you have to basically you have to
it,
make them business partners to
Yeah,
keep up
yep, that's
KYC.
exactly what they did. They when you're with Helios, you're considered a limited partner.
Yeah, I'm just curious how they word it because
I
I would do that if it was literally if I can and it's not just a nightmare because again it's
can
sort
you
of like LLC partners and stuff become liable and
well,
everything
I
else.
never got to their live account, and so to get a contract for you to look at, but
Oh, you know what? I did. Wonder if I could find it. I never took a
what
payout though. They might not do it
guys
until you get a payout.
go in a little bit more depth of what you're talking about?
uh,
Oh, so when you get paid by us or all the prop firms pretty much, um, your payouts come in the form of a 1099 where we pay you as a
Right,
contractor for the company. Um,
right,
so that's fine. It's normal income, and you could get it paid
right,
to your own LLC. And there's some tax breaks you can try to get, but the
right,
bigger tax break is if you take advantage of the futures tax structure. And again, I'm not an
right.
accountant,
Like in a
so
personal account.
yeah, like if you trade a personal account, then you get to take 60% of profits and make them long-term capital gains tax.
Yeah, and
So
the
that's a
others
huge win if you're
short.
making a lot of money compared to just normal income where you're paying, Social
Like earn to
Security on
trade
it and
does this.
everything. Earn to trade does it somehow, yeah, and we'd be up for it. A lot of the companies won't do it because they're just they're not earning money on the market. You know, they're just they're not putting anybody in the live market, so they can't really get
So what
tax
is y'all's
advantage on
opinion
the.
of that?
I don't like it, and it's not necessarily like it's not the opportunity on paper is great. It's just as good, but the company intention. I feel like that's the core of it. it forced like our structure forces us as a business model to take care of the trader in the long term and try to find traders that can
Yeah,
make money in
because
the
at
long
the end of the
term.
day, if you're only paper trading, then that's only hurting the profitability of the firm. If
I
you
don't know.
pay
It's
out
hard to
traders,
say. Yeah, the payout is always there's no advantage unless you talk to it like marketing or something. You know what I mean? If someone says they make a lot of money, but it's still not worth it. It's just
so like,
there's no pro for the company they're not like, oh cool, he made $100,000, we have to send him 100,000. We do. Like if someone made a payout of $100,000, we'd be cheering for him because it's good for us, it's good for them, and you know what I mean. It's all
right,
it's all on the same
versus
team,
like,
right?
yeah, versus like, I mean, for the most part, Apex is just paper trading from my
Yeah, exactly.
understanding.
No, they are just paper
So,
trading. Like there's people that
yeah,
there's like
so
probably
it's
two
like
people in
no
there.
advantage. Yeah, there's
Right.
no advantage for them to, I mean, to
No,
have profitable traders. That's what I
no.
don't like about the payouts either of Apex is like you almost, even
Well,
though it's one step, it's kind of two because you have to hit the profit target
they're all
twice just
two
to get.
step. It's how you structure it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The the thing is though, it's again, I'm not attacking the values or the you know, the people themselves because they can you could still totally be excited that people make those payouts and not be you really don't care about the hit. You're like, we make plenty of money, this is the agreement, we pay it and I'm happy for it. You know what I mean? I'm happy these people are getting it. They could totally be like that, right? But the business model just plainly isn't. So I
Right.
think it
From
only
pure
takes someone
number
to,
like
yeah,
perspective,
from pure numbers,
that,
it's literally just
that
that's the
hurts your
business
bottom
model.
line.
It hurts the bottom line. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel like that's a poison. So that has an influence. It has a bias on the company. It has a bias on the people. Um, you know, even if they're great people, you know what I mean? There's that gray line that they can walk about it. Like when they add a consistency rule and fund it and then act like that's there for the trader. You know what I mean? It's not part of a
Right.
test. It's
Yeah, it's like,
literally,
oh yeah, this is definitely for
yeah.
you guys. Like so
Like
many people
I'm,
were asking us, begging us to have this
hmm
so where they could own, so they couldn't have a huge day and we could
yeah.
keep their money.
And I'm up front and I'm like, no, if people ask me, I'm like, no. Like the consistency is there so you can prove to us you can do the consistency. So we'll give you an account. Like we only have certain, like it's a fairly small entry fee, right? With a lot of backing to get out of it if you do well. So we have to make sure the YOLOers can't just YOLO into accounts.
Yeah,
That
for
proves
sure, because
nothing
you don't
except
want
for, yeah, stress-free accounts you can create that don't cost very much. That's the hard part is filtering out that group um, that can just come in and basically do, you know, what other companies do, where they make the evals really easy. So you do that, and then you pay a fee, and then they add rules, and then they make the payouts crappy. I don't know. It's just they can say consistency and funded is good for the trader, but clearly because they have to pay out of pocket, so they need to make it trap somewhere. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Where I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean
as upfront about it as possible and put it in the very, very
yeah, I
beginning as
mean that
much as
makes
possible.
I mean I think this is something that, like you said, I mean I think pretty much everyone understands, but the companies they try to act like, oh, it's like you said, it's, oh, this is for you, like.
Yeah, exactly. And like the 20 accounts stuff where like 20 accounts and you still pay $85 for all the activation / data fees when they're only paying one per user. All that kind of stuff.
uh,
It's it's hard to watch, I
because it's
guess,
all under
and
one account or whatever, and
yeah, it's just one user and you pay data per user. And
right.
we're talking like, yeah, I mean they want you to pass the eval. That's the hook. I mean, again, I don't know if they personally realized this, or it just came naturally based on their good hearts. I don't know. But this is the reality of it. They make the eval really easy, so you'll pass and feel like you can keep passing. You still want to pass, and you're so close. And then you get to the funded program, and they're like, okay, well now we're going to charge you here because, you know, for whatever
Yeah, and
reason
two, it
to
also
cover a risk,
builds
but to
bad
add,
habits.
yeah, it's totally bad habits. It's people just they're treating it like 0 day options, just as bad as that group's getting wrecked right now. They're coming into this, and it's like I'm only going to lose a guaranteed amount, which is the eval cost, and I'll just get really aggressive, and eventually I'll get to that glorious first payout, and that's pretty much all they're thinking about. Like if I have 20 accounts, if I get to that first payout, I'll make like 40 grand. And it's like, yeah, you will, but you're probably not going to do that. Because
Yeah,
one, you
and
know,
I think I've seen where Apex is like pushing this pass in 1 day thing. It's like they're begging people just to YOLO, and then when they get into the funded accounts, I mean they're
mhm.
gonna the same gambling
Yeah,
things.
again, the business model is what it is.
True.
They,
Was that December coming into the new year? It was like they set up a whole competition where, if you were to, was it withdraw 80 grand in January, you were entered into a drawing to win 80 grand. But then they also laid out the math in their videos like, but the best way to get to that point is you should buy 20 accounts.
oh yeah, right. I didn't like that. It's
Wait, say the first part again.
What?
you want you to repeat the story?
Oh, in December that passed, they
Okay.
had like a competition of sorts to where if you were to withdraw 80 grand in January, you were entered into a drawing to win 80 grand. But
So you have to
then
withdraw 80 grand and then you're entered in a contest to
to
win
win
another
80
80.
grand. Yeah.
Okay.
And if you get
But
that, you get 55, I think, in second place.
Huh.
yeah, I didn't really pay attention. It's second place, It's like no. But
I see.
yeah, and so they also in that same video where they revealed this competition were like, oh, but here's some maths for you guys. If you were to buy 20 accounts and withdraw within the next, three, 2 to 3 weeks, whatever it was, when they started it, it was like you would hit 80 grand because of the capped withdrawal rules.
And the people YOLOing into it are probably the people that have never taken a payout or like are still struggling.
And who knows?
The people that made 80 grand.
But
You know.
I think that's when they also started the 1 day to pass as well. So it was just all these
Ah,
things that like really motivated that
I see.
part of
Yeah.
the.
I don't know.
So
I don't
So
even know what's
speaking of,
happening in that department anymore.
so if you guys want to hear something exciting, Trader here, Sagaro. How do you say that? Salguro.
Salguero.
Salgaro there. I didn't tear that up at all. Um has a new platform coming. An advanced platform, full order flow, works in the browser with Rhythmic. I'd
Oh
like
yeah, he
I think
wants
it'd be pretty cool if you came on your show, Mighty Ox, during the day and showed it
actually
off at some point.
he actually has
Oh,
asked me
okay,
to
good.
interview his
Boss man.
boss. Yeah, yeah. At some point, he wanted me to set up a online calendar app so he could book an appointment, which like no one's ever asked me to do before. So I'm trying to figure that one out so he could.
It just helps me because like I'm also attempting other avenues of like podcasts, YouTube's, whatever it might
Yeah,
be, and they have Calendly's, and
yeah,
that will also import into my boss man's
yeah,
calendar on Google,
yeah. Well,
so it just helps keep
I
track.
I started getting it set up. I'll finish it tomorrow for sure. But
Yeah,
it's like I'm still not used to this where people want my time. So I was like, this is like totally new to me.
well, I would definitely have you on my podcast, but I ain't setting up a calendar for you.
What is your podcast?
I didn't think you're.
I haven't been that active recently, but we're almost at 100 episodes of the Just Swinging It podcast. It started out more
Oh,
about
it's
the
not
stock
just an
market
icon.
in general, about it was
Swinging it.
investing. We've had a lot of business owners on the podcast as well, not just traders, but it was all pretty much all finance kind of thing, and we talked a little sports here and there. But the other
Oh,
guys
that's
have been
cool.
real busy, and I don't think they're able
Chris
to do it anymore. So,
McBride, John Burrell, and Fat Baby Funds.
yeah, Fat Baby
One of
Funds.
those-
He
One of
has
those
done his
names
own
probably
thing now.
wasn't their born name.
John Burrell.
Yeah. So Fat
Yeah,
Baby
probably.
Funds, he got pretty big on or decently sized on Twitter, and he's doing his own thing now, his own blog and stuff. And Chris, he got married and has a baby and all that kind of good fun life stuff. So it's just me now. So I've been trying to figure out a footing for the platform. The last 3 episodes were terrible, but I'm trying to figure out a new way to I guess approach it now, but I still would like to do interviews from time
That's
to
what
time.
happened to the Spice Girls.
Do you do it as just like a fun creative thing for yourself, or do you promote it and you've got some traction?
We have, I mean, probably, or we were having about 100 listeners a episode, but
That's
we
cool.
haven't had many on the last 3 because I've done a new thing. It didn't really work, kind of flopped. It's
Gotcha.
small, but there was at least. I'm gonna see if I can bring all the listeners come back once I figure out what the hell I'm doing with it. But we had Canadian Futures Trader on, we've had MightyOx on, we've had Douglas on
Mighty
trading.
Ox. You've had Mighty Ox?
Oh yeah, and I had
That guy's
CFT
big.
at the same time for a debate, actually.
Oh, what are you debating?
Micros.
Oh, he hates micros overall.
CFT hates
Not just in
micros.
the
Yeah,
bot.
yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, he
Can't
was
stand
coming
them.
in.
I think they're horrible.
Oh,
they
he
need
finally
banned micros.
speaks. Yeah.
You
Hey,
riled me
there
up
he
enough.
is.
Man.
Have you
Well,
been
I've been
listening the whole
this whole
time?
time. I
Are you
have, but I'm
serious?
doing I've been doing 4 different things. So I've been listening, but I'm like watching
That's
YouTube
funny.
and talking to somebody else and doing other stuff. So yeah, when I hear
That's all
micros,
it
I
took.
can't.
Yeah, they're getting them into the ultras now.
Yes, don't get me started.
He
But
likes charts too.
I will say, you know
Is
what
it-
else I was doing? I was signing up for the Blue Guy contest because it's
Uh-oh.
on.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wonder if we could get a bunch of the gurus in there too.
I
Just to
I
see what happens.
I signed up as well.
And
I mean, that's
honestly, I was
what,
thinking about making it if you're on the leaderboard and you want to expose your name so people know. You could let me know and I'd do it.
Cool.
So if you want to do that, let me know.
I've never been on the leaderboard,
Or
so
you can let me know if you manage to be way in first place. You can say, "Hey, yeah, go ahead, show me."
just set up where because like the names that come through instead of their
Is it
initials, just have it set up as CFT and MOX or
No,
So
I'm
I
not gonna
had
do it unless they
I
want it.
I signed up, like my affiliate account is under whatever, but I signed up for like a trader account under like my own name and personal info.
Right.
So I don't know how that comes
Yeah,
through.
no,
but
that's
my name. Yeah.
it. Just says the first initial in a city, so
it's a trader
Oh,
account.
exposed.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, nothing's nothing to identify you. Don't worry.
Hey, which
Too,
Eval
many-
accounts are you
too
guys
many
on?
freaking expectations.
Just assume any Canadian that wins.
That's right. It says Montreal and
Yeah,
that's
just
me.
assume.
That's me.
They're a collective person.
That's right.
okay, gentlemen, this has been fun, but
Mhm.
I'm gonna need to get going. I still gotta record the prop firm snapshot for the morning, and I mean, my next stream starts in less than 8 hours, so
We need to. I feel like there's what's something missing in the community is sort of open voice trade rooms. I think there's a lot of people that find groups of people that they're friends with.
Mhm.
But wouldn't it be really neat if there's just like one giant Discord with just voice rooms, and there's
Yep.
always other traders hanging out, and you can switch between the rooms,
That'd be really cool.
stream stuff.
Yeah.
Friends. Wait, what?
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd have to somehow be friendly. You don't know about that, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like something like that with a little bit of a backing, it's just free. I mean, nothing other than that. I just think there's a lot of traders who are trading at night or whatever, and they want to run an idea off other traders, and you just want to chill like this. I don't know.
I'll just
I'd
do
find it
totally
useful.
This is
Tom
cool. I like
Dante's.
this a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I'm thinking too big, too quick, but
Right.
if anything, we should all just hop in a room like this together.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Every now
actually
and
the
then.
first. I think this is the first time the
Is this
voice
a
chat
one-off
was used
thing
here.
here tonight, or is this something that's going to be more ongoing?
Well,
I,
it was started as I just like pushed my way into the voice
yeah,
chat.
I mean,
He was on his YouTube site. I'm like, hey, let's coach some people for free.
yeah, I mean, I'm open to whatever. You know, I'm very flexible. Not really. I mean, if I try to like actually be flexible in life, I'll pull a
He can
muscle.
pop his arm out of his
But
suit.
but yeah, I'm flexible overall.
And it's all like like trading, baby steps, and then you could be flexible. Takes time to like put your leg above your neck or whatever it is people do.
Oh my god! Yeah, if you knew how the size of my body and thinking about even trying to do that, especially since remember you may or may not know, but I only have one leg, so I could take the one off and put it above my head. That's not a problem. Oh, I just killed the chat with that joke.
Oh no, somebody was DMing me about something.
I fucking love dark humor, man.
Oh, I accidentally muted myself, but I thought you had it was a foot, not the whole leg.
It's below the knee. It's not the whole leg. It's just below the knee. So the
Some
shin,
say
the
he
shin and
still
the
has
foot.
a second leg hanging there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
Infection. I'm type 2 diabetic. Infection got way out of control very quickly.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah, our drummer is gonna be he's actually in the same situation that you are in. Which leg is it, Ox?
Left.
Yeah, his too. He lost just below the knee on his left leg. Thankfully, if you're a drummer and you're gonna lose half your leg, it's best to lose the left one. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I got an uncle who lost a leg in a motorcycle accident, so that's why I was curious.
It's rough.
Yeah, shoot. I have an uncle in so the name that I have, Salguero, that Josh couldn't pronounce. It's from my family's from El Salvador, and I had an uncle there during the time that they had a lot of gangs, which has changed in recent years. But he ended up losing like a leg. He has kind of like messed up arms, and his memory is shot. Like if you tell him something, he'll probably forget about like 2 minutes.
This oddly became about everyone has an uncle that lost a leg.
It's pretty wild.
Well, no, I mean that's all I heard.
Yeah,
legs
no,
being
we get it.
lost.
Yeah.
Hey, just curious, what accounts are you guys using for your? Because you still got to sign up for Eval to do the contest, right?
Any eval you want. All right.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Josh isn't taking a note from his competitors with their competition going on.
Oh yeah, who else has one right now? Is it
My Funded Futures has it where if you don't have an account, you at least can purchase in by $50, which I assume covers the cost of Rhythmic or Tradovate.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean we could, which is that's cost of that stuff. I guess I never thought about that someone would want to do that. It just seems expensive to. It's supposed to be just this sort of off thing, you know what I mean? That you're already here with us in the eval. Want an extra account to do something a little different in.
Yeah, I would almost rather get like at least a 25K or something. I mean, at that point, I'd rather pay the extra to get.
Yeah, right.
Side eval.
They probably do that on purpose. So you see $50 is for like the competition only, but for just $65.
I think Tick Dick right now has a $50 eval promotion, like a 7-day. If you can pass it in 7-day type, it's not really that. I mean, it's like a 50K, 3,000 pass, 2,000 or 2,500 drawdown. So it's not unreasonable to pass it in 7 days for $50. So.
Okay, gentlemen, I need to kill this so I can get my stuff done and actually maybe get some sleep tonight. Josh,
Sounds
Alright.
senior.
Josh, do you ever sleep?
No, he does. I'll answer for him. No, he doesn't.
It's bad.
Ah,
Yeah, no, I take
All right,
naps and
boys.
stuff
Well,
during the
it's
day.
fun hanging with you guys for a little
Yeah,
bit. Let me
for
know
sure.
the next one. I'll definitely jump in. Josh, I sent you a friend request and sent you a message like you said to do, and I will holler at you guys later.
Oh wait, let me send you one as well, John Burrell, in case of the podcast thing coming up.
and let me
And
just.
while you're at it, put January 4th on your calendars. That's John Burrell Appreciation Day. We created it this year, and
Yes, that was created on the MightyOxTrading Discord.
What's part
Also,
of,
it's back on now. I'm not canceled.
is there a
No.
ritual for that day?
I've got about 10 months to figure out the ritual.
Okay, well just tell me, make sure you tell me what to wear. I don't come all to the party all awkward. It's like everyone dresses up like him or something.
I can't remember what I've done to get such a ceremony.
He's so modest.
I honestly don't remember either, but I remember there was a reason.
Someone's got to go back in the chat and find it.
I'll take what I can get.
Okay, guys, this has been a lot of fun. Oh, and I guess I should.
I feel like he's like at his house. We're at a party at his house, and he's like trying to walk into his bedroom. He's like trying to give us the hint that he's trying to go to sleep.
I almost forgot that the stream is still going. It's like, guys,
Yeah.
I do want to thank everyone for joining me on the stream today, and for the extra 3 hours we were here. Hope everyone has a great night, and we'll be back tomorrow morning in less like 7 hours.
There we go. All right, dude.
All right, I'll walk
Thanks.
out.
It was nice meeting
Toodles,
everybody.
everyone. I'm
Yeah,
leaving the party.
yeah, I'll walk out
Good
with you.
night. All right. All right, let's walk to the car.
All right.